to Sleepy Facts with Justin. Tonight, we are going to settle in together. We are going to let the world outside grow quiet, and we are going to turn our attention very gently toward one of the most wonderful questions a human being has ever thought to ask. What makes us happy? It sounds so simple, so soft and small, sitting there in the dark. And yet people have been reaching toward that question for thousands and thousands of years. Philosophers in ancient gardens, scientists in quiet laboratories, monks in mountain monasteries, parents watching their children sleep, each one of them in their own tender way, reaching for the same golden thread. Tonight, we are going to follow that thread together. You don't need to remember anything we talk about. You don't need to take notes or hold onto ideas. The only thing you need to do right now is breathe. Let your body grow a little heavier with each slow breath. Let your shoulders soften. Let your jaw unclench just a little. That's right. This is Sleepy Facts with Justin, and tonight we are exploring the science of happiness. Now, when most people hear the word science, they think of something sharp and bright, something cold and precise. But the science of happiness is different. It is a science that began with a very human longing, the longing to feel okay, more than okay, to feel genuinely, quietly, deeply well. And what researchers have found over decades of careful, patient study is something rather beautiful. Happiness is not a mystery. It is not something that only certain lucky people stumble into. It is a landscape with real features, real pathways, real gentle hills you can learn to walk. There is a quality in the air tonight, a stillness. Perhaps there is darkness outside your window, and the soft hum of the world winding down. Perhaps you are already curled beneath something warm. Your body remembers how to rest. It has known how to do this since the very beginning. And as we spend the next several hours together, you may find your mind beginning to drift. That is perfectly fine. That is, in fact, exactly what we hope for here. The facts we share tonight will weave themselves into your rest like threads of something soft and golden. You do not need to hold on. We will move through many rooms in the great house of happiness research tonight. We will visit ancient philosophers who thought about joy by firelight. We will wander through the quiet corridors of neuroscience, where researchers have mapped the soft geography of a brain at peace. We will talk about gratitude and kindness and the strange, beautiful science of awe. We will speak about the body and about connection and about the small daily habits that, without any fanfare at all, quietly build a life that feels worth living, all of it slowly, all of it gently. There is nowhere you need to be tonight, nothing you need to do. The only task before you now is to let yourself be carried, word by slow word, into the most restful sleep. So take one more deep breath, let it out slowly, and let's begin. Happiness is one of the oldest words in the human heart. Long before there were laboratories, long before there were studies and surveys and brain scans glowing soft blue in the dark, there were simply people sitting by fires, people watching rivers move, people holding the hands of the ones they loved, and feeling something rise in the chest, warm and quiet and hard to name. They called it different things in different places and different times, but they were all always reaching toward the same feeling. Let's begin there. Let's begin with the word itself. In the English language, the word happiness comes from an Old Norse word, hap. It meant luck or chance, a fortunate turn of events, something that simply happened to you, like good weather rolling in over the hills, or a traveler arriving safely home. For a very long time, happiness was understood as something that came from the outside, something you received, rather than something you built. And there is something in that old understanding that feels familiar, doesn't it? We still talk that way sometimes. We say we got lucky. We say the stars aligned. We say things just fell into place. As if happiness were always somewhere slightly beyond our reach, waiting to land on us like a soft snowflake, or pass us by entirely. But here is what makes the science of happiness so quietly revolutionary. Research over the last several decades has gently carefully, methodically dismantled that old idea. Not all at once, not in one great dramatic moment, but piece by piece, study by study, in the slow and patient way that real understanding tends to arrive. What researchers began to discover is that happiness is not simply something that happens to you. It is something that lives inside you, something with roots, something that can be tended and nurtured, the way you might tend a garden in the early morning, moving slowly through the rows, trusting the process, not demanding immediate blooms. That is a rather comforting thought to carry into the night. Now, before we go further, it helps to understand that even scientists don't entirely agree on what happiness is. And that's all right. Some of the most interesting questions are the ones that stay a little open at the edges. When psychologists talk about happiness today, they often divide it into two broad, gentle categories. The first is called hedonic happiness. The word hedonic comes from the Greek word for pleasure, hedon. Hedonic happiness is about feeling good in the moment. It is the warmth of sunlight on your skin on a spring afternoon. It is the taste of something delicious and slow. It is laughter rising unexpectedly in a room. It is comfort and ease and the quiet satisfaction of needs being met. This kind of happiness is real and it is important, and we will spend a whole section exploring it together later in our journey tonight. The second kind is called eudaimonic happiness. That word comes from the ancient Greek concept of eudaimonia, which was used by the philosopher Aristotle to describe what he called the good life. Not a life full of pleasures exactly, but a life of meaning, of purpose, of becoming fully and authentically yourself. Eudaimonic happiness is what you feel when you finish something you cared about, when you help someone who needed help, when you live in a way that feels true to who you are deep down, beneath the noise and the hurry of ordinary days. These two kinds of happiness are not opposites. They are more like two gentle rivers that sometimes run side by side and sometimes join together into something wider and more peaceful than either one alone. Researchers have spent years studying both, asking questions, designing careful experiments, measuring, and what they have found is a picture of human joy that is far richer and more layered than anyone first imagined. But long before the researchers arrived, the philosophers were already there. In ancient Greece, around 2,500 years ago, a man named Socrates walked the sun-warmed streets of Athens, asking anyone who would stop to talk with him a single question: how should one live? He was not asking about houses or money or fine clothes. He was asking about the interior of a life, about what, at the end of all things, actually matters. His student Plato carried those questions forward, and Plato's student Aristotle wrote about eudaimonia with such care and such depth that people are still reading his words today in quiet rooms, by lamplight and early morning light, finding something useful there. Aristotle believed that happiness was not a feeling you chased. It was not an emotion that flickered and faded. It was something more like a practice, a way of living. He said that to be happy, a person needed to exercise their unique human capacities, to think and to reason and to act virtuously, and to live in community with others who were also reaching for the good. In ancient China, around the same time, the philosopher Confucius was teaching something not entirely different. He wrote about the cultivation of the self, about the importance of relationships and rituals, and the daily practice of becoming a better person. Joy, in his understanding, was inseparable from doing right by the people around you. Across the world, in ancient India, the teachings of the Buddha offered another gentle answer. He described happiness not as the gaining of things, but as the releasing of them, the releasing of craving and clinging, and the desperate need for things to be other than they are. He called this peace nirvana, a word that literally means the blowing out of a flame, the extinguishing of that burning restlessness that keeps us reaching, always reaching for the next thing. All of these ancient thinkers were circling the same quiet truth from different directions. And what is remarkable, what is genuinely beautiful, is that modern science keeps finding its way back to them. Thousands of years later, with brain scans and longitudinal studies and carefully designed questionnaires, arriving at conclusions that would have made Aristotle nod slowly and Confucius smile and the Buddha look up with soft, knowing eyes. Connection matters. Meaning matters. Presence matters. Kindness matters. The quality of our attention paid to ourselves and to the people around us matters more than almost anything we can buy or achieve. Let that settle over you for a moment, like something warm. In the modern era, the scientific study of happiness began in earnest in the latter half of the 20th century. Psychologists started to notice something a little strange. Their entire field had spent most of its history studying what goes wrong with the human mind. Mental illness, trauma, suffering. And while that work was vitally important, it left an enormous question completely unanswered. What goes right? What does a flourishing human life actually look like? And how does it happen? Those questions were the seeds of an entire new field. A field we will explore together, deeply and slowly, as our night unfolds. But for now, in these early, tender minutes of our journey, it is enough to simply rest with the oldest version of the question: what makes us happy? Your body already knows some of the answer. It knows the feeling of being safe, of being warm, of lying still in a quiet place with nothing required of you. That is a kind of happiness too. A very simple, very ancient one. The researchers have a name for it. They call it restoration. The deep, cellular relief of rest. And tonight, that is exactly where you are headed. So breathe slowly. Let your thoughts drift like leaves on a slow river, not grasped, not chased, just noticed, and then gently released. The science of happiness is a long and beautiful story, and we have only just begun. There is something deeply comforting about knowing that people have always wondered about this. Long before the modern world arrived with its noise and its speed and its endless bright screens, human beings were sitting in the quiet, looking inward, and asking the same questions you might ask on a night like tonight. Why do I feel the way I feel? What would it mean to live well? What is this strange, shimmering thing we call happiness? And how do I find my way toward it? The answers they found were not always the same. They came wrapped in different languages, different symbols, different stories. But running beneath all of them, like a slow underground river, was something shared, something that the best and gentlest minds of every age seemed to arrive at in their own patient way. Let us go back. Let us go back a very long way and walk slowly through some of the most beautiful thinking the world has ever produced. We begin in ancient Greece, a warm and rocky place, full of olive trees and blue water and long afternoons that seemed made for thinking. The Greeks had a word, as we touched upon last time, that sits at the very heart of happiness research even now: eudaimonia. It is a word that deserves to be spoken slowly. Eudaimonia. Even the sound of it is soft. The word itself is made of two parts: eu, meaning good or well, and daimon, meaning spirit or inner self. So eudaimonia, at its most literal, means something like the flourishing of your inner spirit, the good functioning of the deepest part of who you are. Aristotle, writing in the 4th century before the Common Era, placed eudaimonia at the very center of his thinking about human life. He wrote a long, careful work called the Nicomachean Ethics, a name that need not keep you awake at night. And in it, he described happiness not as a moment and not as a mood, but as an activity. He used the word energeia, which we might translate as being in action, being fully alive and engaged in the things that draw out our highest capacities. Aristotle believed that every living thing has a function, a particular way of thriving that is native to its nature. A bird thrives by flying. A fish thrives in water. And a human being, in Aristotle's gentle and considered view, thrives by exercising the faculty that makes us uniquely human, the capacity to reason, to reflect, to choose deliberately, and to act in ways that are good for ourselves and for the people around us. This is not complicated. It is, in a way, the simplest idea in the world. To be happy, live fully, use your gifts. Think carefully, be kind. Engage with life rather than watching it from a careful distance. Aristotle also had much to say about friendship. He called deep friendship one of the greatest human goods, and he described it with real warmth and care. He said that a true friend is another self, someone in whose company you become more fully who you are. He believed that a life without genuine connection was not truly a flourishing life. No matter how many other goods it contained, we will return to that idea much later in our night together when we talk about the social science of happiness and the remarkable research on human connection. For now, just let it rest gently in the back of your mind, like something familiar, like something you already knew. Now let us move, still slowly, to another world. Across the Mediterranean and eastward, in the vast and ancient civilization of China, a teacher named Kong Qiu was walking the same quiet interior roads. We know him today as Confucius. He lived in the 5th and 6th centuries before the Common Era, a time of great political turmoil in China, when the old social order was crumbling and people were frightened and uncertain. Confucius responded to that uncertainty with something steady and warm. He taught that happiness, or what he might have called a state of harmony and balance, arose from the cultivation of virtue in one's daily life, not through grand gestures or dramatic transformations, but through small, consistent, patient acts of goodness. He valued Ren, which is sometimes translated as benevolence or loving kindness, the quality of genuine care for other people. He valued righteousness, doing what is right even when it is inconvenient. He valued Li, which described the rituals and courtesies of daily life, the small ceremonies of greeting and gratitude and care that hold communities together. For Confucius, happiness was inseparable from relationship. It grew in the spaces between people, in the way a son spoke to a father, in the way a teacher treated a student, in the quality of attention a person brought to every ordinary interaction. He believed that a society full of people practicing these small kindnesses would be, in the deepest sense, a happy society. He also believed, with great gentleness, in the possibility of learning. He once wrote, "Is it not pleasant to learn with a constant perseverance and application?" There is a quality in those words that feels very much like joy, the steady, unhurried joy of someone who has found something worth giving their life to and has given it freely. Let's move further east now, into the foothills of what is now Nepal, to the court of a nobleman whose son would one day change the way millions of people thought about the mind. That son was Siddhartha Gautama. He grew up surrounded by beauty and comfort, and every pleasure a young prince could want. And yet, as a young man, he slipped out of the palace gates and walked out into the world, and what he saw there, the suffering of ordinary human lives, the sickness and the old age and the grief, changed him completely. He spent years searching for an answer, years of austerity and study and silence, and eventually, sitting beneath a tree in a long and quiet night of deep contemplation, he arrived at what became the heart of Buddhist teaching. The Buddha, as he came to be known, the awakened one, taught that suffering arises from craving, from the desperate, restless hunger for things to be different from how they are. We suffer, he said, because we cling. We cling to pleasure and try to hold it past its natural moment. We cling to people and things and versions of ourselves that are always slowly changing. We push away discomfort instead of meeting it with curiosity and kindness, and the path to happiness in his teaching was not the path of acquiring more. It was the path of releasing, of sitting quietly with what is, of meeting each moment, including the difficult ones, with a quality of open, patient attention. He described an eightfold path toward this peace. Right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. Each step on this path was, in its own way, a practice of presence, a practice of returning again and again to the simple reality of this moment this breath, this life. Modern neuroscience, as we will explore later in our journey, has found remarkable evidence for the benefits of exactly this kind of practice. The brain, it turns out, responds to meditation and mindfulness in measurable, beautiful ways. The ancient teachers did not have brain scans, but they had something just as valuable: thousands of years of careful, patient, first-person inquiry into the workings of the human mind. There are other traditions worth resting with, even briefly. In the ancient Stoic tradition, which flourished in Greece and Rome for several centuries, thinkers like Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus and Seneca taught that happiness was a matter of where you placed your attention. They drew a quiet, important line between what is in our control and what is not. External events, other people's behavior, the outcomes of our efforts, these are not fully in our control, but our response to those events. The quality of our own mind and character that is always within our reach. Marcus Aurelius, who was both a philosopher and a Roman emperor, wrote in his private journal words that were never meant to be published, and which are now among the most read philosophical texts in the world. He wrote to himself with great plainness and care. The happiness of your life, he said, depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Breathe that in gently. The quality of your thoughts, not your circumstances, not your accomplishments, not the things you own or the things that have happened to you, but the quality, the warmth, the steadiness, the kindness of the inner voice you carry with you everywhere. That is a thought that can soften something, even now, at this quiet hour. These ancient traditions, Greek, Chinese, Indian, Stoic, and so many others we could spend a lifetime exploring, were not saying identical things. They had real differences, real disagreements, things they would have debated with great energy and care, but across all of them runs that same gentle thread. Happiness is cultivated from the inside. It is a practice. It is a relationship with your own mind and with the people around you. It grows slowly in the rich soil of attention and intention and small, repeated acts of goodness. The researchers who came thousands of years later would test these ideas in laboratories. They would design studies and gather data and publish findings in carefully reviewed journals. And again, they would find their way back to the same quiet places these ancient teachers had already reached. There is something profoundly reassuring about that. Humanity has been working on this question for a very, very long time. And tonight, in this dark and quiet hour, so are you. Not by striving, not by solving, but by resting, by breathing slowly, and letting the long, patient story of human wisdom wash over you like warm water. You are part of a lineage that stretches all the way back to olive groves and mountain paths and the banks of wide, slow rivers. Every person who has ever lain quietly in the dark and wondered how to live a good life is, in some way, sitting here with you now. Let that be a comfort. Let your body settle deeper into wherever it rests, and let the night continue to hold you. For most of its history, psychology looked in only one direction. It looked toward suffering, toward the broken and the bruised and the lost. It asked, with great seriousness and great care, what goes wrong inside a human mind? How does depression take hold? How does trauma reshape a life? How do anxiety and fear and grief work their way through the body and settle in the bones? These were important questions, necessary questions, and the people who devoted their lives to answering them did enormous good in the world. But there was another question waiting quietly in the background, patient as a candle, steady and soft. What goes right? What does it look like when a human life is genuinely flourishing? When a person is not merely surviving, not merely managing, but actually thriving fully and deeply, and in a way that feels real. What are the conditions that allow that to happen? And can we study it? Can we learn it? Can we teach it? For a long time, those questions had no real home in science. They were considered too soft, perhaps, too subjective, too far from the clinical precision that psychology was working hard to establish. Happiness, many assumed, was simply what happened when nothing was wrong. Remove the illness, joy would follow naturally, take away the suffering, and flourishing would arrive on its own. But a handful of quiet, careful thinkers began to suspect that wasn't quite right. One of them was a man named Abraham Maslow in the middle of the 20th century. Maslow was doing something quite unusual for a psychologist of his time. Rather than studying people who were struggling, he was studying people who seemed, by any reasonable measure, to be doing extraordinarily well. People who were creative and engaged and deeply alive in their daily experience. He called them self-actualizing people, and he studied them the way a naturalist might study a rare and beautiful bird, with patience and curiosity and real wonder. Maslow described a hierarchy of human needs, a kind of gentle pyramid with the most basic physical needs at its base: food, water, shelter, rest, safety and security above that, then belonging and love, then esteem and recognition, and at the very top, a quality he called self-actualization, the full realization of a person's unique potential, the blooming of everything that person was capable of being. What Maslow was pointing toward was a vision of psychology that was not just about repair, but about growth. Not just about returning people to zero, but about helping them discover what was possible beyond zero. Above zero, in the wide and quietly luminous territory of genuine flourishing. His ideas were influential, but they remained for decades, somewhat at the margins. The mainstream of psychology was busy with diagnosis and treatment, and the careful mapping of dysfunction. The question of what a good life looks like was still waiting for its moment. That moment arrived, some would say, on a winter's day in 1998. A man named Martin Seligman had just been elected president of the American Psychological Association. He was a distinguished researcher, known primarily for his work on a concept called learned helplessness, the way that creatures, including people, can come to feel that nothing they do makes any difference, and how that feeling becomes its own kind of trap. But as Seligman stood at the edge of his presidency, he found himself thinking about the whole shape of his field, about what psychology had accomplished and what it had not yet attempted. He gave an address in his new role that would quietly change the direction of an entire discipline. He called for a new focus, a new commitment. He said that psychology had, for too long, been almost exclusively a science of disease and damage, and that while that work must continue, there was an equally important science waiting to be built. A science of what makes life worth living. A science of strength and virtue and human flourishing. He called this positive psychology. It was not a rejection of everything that came before. It was more like an expansion, a turning toward the light, not because the darkness wasn't real, but because there was so much territory in the light that had never been properly mapped. Seligman gathered colleagues and researchers around him. He connected with a psychologist named Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, whose work on what he called flow, the deep absorption of doing something you love, had already been quietly changing the way people thought about motivation and joy. Together, and with many others, they began to build a new architecture of understanding. Early positive psychology researchers asked questions that had rarely been asked in a scientific context before. What makes some people more resilient than others? Why do some individuals seem to bounce back from hardship with their spirits intact, while others remain crushed for years? What role do positive emotions play in health, in relationships, in the length and quality of a human life? Barbara Fredrickson, a researcher at the University of North Carolina, developed what she called the broaden and build theory of positive emotions. It is a beautiful idea and simple enough to carry with you into sleep. She proposed that positive emotions, things like joy and curiosity and love and gratitude, do something quite specific in the mind. They broaden it, they widen the scope of attention and awareness. They make a person more open to new ideas, more creative, more willing to connect with others. And over time, this broadening builds something lasting. It builds psychological resources, resilience, warm relationships, knowledge, skills, the slow, steady accumulation of a life that is rich and capable and genuinely good. Negative emotions, by contrast, tend to narrow attention. They focus it sharply and urgently on the threat at hand. This is enormously useful in a genuine emergency. But when that narrowing becomes chronic, when fear or sadness or stress become the persistent climate of a mind, the broadening stops, the building slows, the life contracts around its own discomfort. What Fredrickson was suggesting, backed by careful research, was that happiness is not merely pleasant. It is functional. It is generative. It is a kind of fuel, the warm, steady accumulation of good moments and the emotions they produce actually changes a person over time, makes them more capable, more connected, more alive. Around the same time, other researchers were developing tools to measure happiness in ways that had never really been possible before. They designed questionnaires and surveys and experience sampling methods where people were contacted at random moments throughout the day and asked simply, "How are you feeling right now? What are you doing? Who are you with?" These studies produced an enormous, rich picture of everyday human emotional life. And some of what they found was surprising. Some of it was humbling, and some of it was quietly wonderful. Seligman himself went on to develop a model he called PERMA, a gentle framework for thinking about what human flourishing actually requires. The letters stand for positive emotion, engagement, that deep absorption in activities that matter to you. Relationships, the genuine warmth of real connection. Meaning, the sense that your life is part of something larger than yourself, and accomplishment, the satisfaction of working toward goals and actually reaching them. Each of these elements, he argued, contributes to well-being in its own way. And none of them alone is sufficient. A life rich in pleasure, but empty of meaning, is not a fully flourishing life. A life full of accomplishment, but starved of connection, is missing something essential. Flourishing requires a kind of fullness, a gentle wholeness across all the dimensions of what it means to be human. You might notice, resting quietly with that idea, how much it echoes what the ancient philosophers were saying thousands of years before, Aristotle with his eudaimonia, Confucius with his relational harmony, the Buddha with his gentle, present awareness. They were all, in their own ways, pointing toward the same multidimensional picture that modern positive psychology has now mapped with data and measurement and careful, patient study, science, and wisdom, meeting each other across the centuries like old friends. One of the most important things that positive psychology established early and clearly is that happiness can be studied. It can be measured approximately and imperfectly, but meaningfully. And if it can be measured, it can be understood. And if it can be understood, it can be cultivated. That last word is important. Cultivated, like a garden, like something that grows slowly in response to careful, consistent tending. Not something you can force or manufacture, but something you can create the conditions for. And what are those conditions? That is what we will spend the rest of our night together exploring. But for now, in this soft and quiet hour, it is enough to know that people have cared enough to ask. That somewhere in university offices and research laboratories and the long, patient corridors of scientific inquiry, people have devoted their professional lives to understanding what it means to live well. Not because it was easy, not because it was glamorous, but because the question mattered, because you matter, because every person lying in the dark tonight, wondering quietly about their own life and their own happiness, deserves the best thinking the world has to offer. And the world, it turns out, has been thinking about this for a very long time. Let that settle over you like something soft. Let your breath slow a little more. Let the room around you grow quieter. You are already doing beautifully. There is something inside you that you were born with. Something that was there before your first memory, before your first word, before the world had a chance to shape you with its weather and its warmth and its occasional sharp edges. It was there in the very first moments of your life, written into the quiet language of your cells, patient and invisible, and already, in some small but real way, influencing how you would come to experience the world. Scientists call it your happiness set point. And it is one of the most fascinating and in some ways most comforting ideas that modern psychology has produced. Let us arrive at it slowly, the way all good ideas deserve to be approached, especially at this quiet hour. Sometime in the 1990s, a pair of researchers named David Licken and Octelligen were working with a remarkable collection of data. They had access to the results of a long-running study of twins conducted at the University of Minnesota. This study had been following the lives of twins for many years, both identical twins who share essentially all of their genetic material, and fraternal twins who share roughly half. Some of these twins had been raised together in the same household. Others had been separated early in life and raised in entirely different families, in entirely different circumstances. And Licken and Telligen asked a very specific question of this data: how much of a person's happiness is determined by their genes? The answer they found was surprising enough that it changed the field. Approximately 50%, roughly half of the variation in happiness levels between people, appears to be explained by genetic factors, not by what happened to them, not by where they lived or how much money they had, or whether their childhood was easy or hard, but by the particular biological inheritance they carried with them from the very beginning. Identical twins, even when raised apart, even when their lives had taken completely different shapes, tended to report remarkably similar levels of happiness, as if each of them were orbiting through all the varying weather of their individual lives around the same quiet internal sun. Licken called this the happiness set point. He described it as a kind of emotional home base, a level of well-being that each person naturally tends to return to over time, regardless of what life brings. Good things happen and happiness rises. Difficult things happen and happiness falls, but then slowly, gently, like water finding its level, it returns back toward that quiet center. This might sound, at first, a little discouraging. If half of our happiness is written in our genes, does that mean half of it is simply beyond our reach? But here is the gentle and important truth hiding inside that finding. It also means that half of it is not written in our genes. Half of the story of your happiness is still being written every single day by the choices you make and the practices you cultivate and the quality of attention you bring to your own life. And even the genetic half is not quite as fixed as it first sounds. Genes are not destiny. They are more like tendencies, like the general shape of a riverbed, which influences the direction of the water, but does not determine every curve and eddy of its movement. The water still moves, still finds its way, still responds to every stone it encounters, every shift in the landscape. We will come back to that idea gently throughout our night together, but let us stay a little longer with what the science has found about the biological roots of happiness. Because it is, in its own quiet way, rather beautiful. Inside every human brain, there are vast and intricate systems of communication, billions of neurons reaching toward each other across tiny gaps, passing signals back and forth in patterns of almost unimaginable complexity. And running through these systems are certain chemicals, certain messengers that play a particularly important role in how we experience the emotional quality of our lives. You have likely heard their names: dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, endorphins. These are the molecules that the popular press sometimes calls happiness chemicals, though that is a rather simplified way of describing something much more subtle and interesting. Dopamine is often described as the reward molecule. It is released when we anticipate and pursue something we want. When we are working toward a goal and making progress, when we are engaged and motivated and moving through the world with a sense of direction and purpose. It is less about the arrival at the destination than about the journey toward it, the reaching, the becoming. Serotonin plays a different role. It is associated with a quieter, steadier form of well-being, with feelings of calm and contentment and social belonging, with the warm sense of being safe in your place in the world, among people who know you and value you. Low levels of serotonin have been linked with depression and anxiety. Higher levels tend to accompany feelings of peace and groundedness, the kind of feeling that might, if you are lucky, be settling over you right now. In this quiet and restful hour, oxytocin is sometimes called the bonding hormone or the love hormone, though like all such nicknames, it captures only part of the truth. It is released during moments of genuine human connection, during touch and warmth, and the particular kind of close attention we pay to people we love. It is there in the embrace of old friends, in the gaze between a parent and a child, in the simple act of sitting with someone you trust, in comfortable and unhurried silence. Endorphins are perhaps the most familiar name of all. They are the body's own natural painkillers, released during exercise and laughter and certain kinds of physical exertion. They produce a feeling of euphoria and ease. They are why a long walk can shift the entire emotional weather of a day. Why laughter, real laughter, the kind that takes you by surprise, can leave you feeling light and open and unexpectedly well. Each of these systems is influenced, in part, by genetics. The particular sensitivity of your dopamine receptors, the baseline efficiency of your serotonin system, the ease with which your brain releases oxytocin in response to connection. All of these have a genetic component. They are part of what makes each person's inner emotional landscape uniquely their own. And yet, every single one of these systems is also exquisitely responsive to experience, to behavior, to the choices made day after day in the quiet, ordinary hours of a life. Exercise increases serotonin. Genuine social connection releases oxytocin. Working toward meaningful goals keeps the dopamine system engaged and alive. Laughter and movement and the warmth of belonging. All of these are things a person can actively intentionally seek out. The genes provide the instrument, but the life you live plays the music. Researchers have also explored the role of personality traits in happiness. And here too, genetics appears to play a meaningful role. Traits like extraversion, openness to new experience, conscientiousness, and emotional stability all have a significant genetic component, and all of them tend to correlate in various ways with happiness. People who score higher on extraversion, for instance, tend to report higher levels of positive emotion. On average, they seem to experience the social world as a source of energy and warmth rather than depletion. People with higher emotional stability tend to spend less time in the grip of negative feelings and return more quickly to their baseline when difficult emotions do arise. But here again, these are tendencies, not sentences. An introvert can build a profoundly happy life. A person with a naturally anxious temperament can learn over time to hold that anxiety with greater gentleness and skill. The research is very clear on this. Personality is not a fixed and final thing. It shifts slowly but meaningfully across a lifetime, especially in response to deliberate practice and intentional choices. There is also something remarkable that the twin studies found, almost as an aside, that deserves a moment of gentle attention. Lycan and Telegen also looked at the role of circumstances in long-term happiness, income, marital status, geographic location, level of education. And what they found was that these factors, the things we so often believe will be the key to our happiness, account for only a small percentage of the variation in how happy people actually are. Not because they don't matter at all. They do, especially in their extreme forms. Poverty causes real suffering. Isolation causes real pain. These things are not to be minimized, but within the broad range of ordinary life circumstances, the variation in happiness between people has far more to do with their inner world than their outer one, which is, once again, one of those quiet and beautiful findings that seems to echo back across the centuries to the ancient teachers sitting in their gardens and their courts and their mountain retreats, saying the same thing in 1,000 different languages. The life you are looking for is already here, already inside you, already present in this breath, in this body, in this quiet and particular moment that will never come again exactly this way. Your biology gave you a starting place, a home base, a particular inner landscape with its own hills and valleys and quiet rivers. And it is yours, not a prison, but a beginning. The first line of a very long and very open story. You are here in the dark, and you are resting. Your brain is doing exactly what brains have always done in moments of stillness. Releasing, restoring, finding its way gently and naturally back toward its own quiet center. That is your set point, calling you home, and home tonight is exactly where you are. Imagine for a moment an orchestra, not a grand and thundering one, a quiet one, the kind you might hear drifting through an open window on a warm evening from somewhere not too far away. The instruments are many, and each one has its own voice, its own particular quality of sound. But when they play together, when the timing is right, and each one finds its place in the whole, what emerges is something that no single instrument could ever produce alone, something that moves through you without asking permission. That is something like what is happening inside your brain right now as you rest in this quiet place. A vast and intricate orchestra of chemistry and electricity, playing a piece so complex and so personal that no two performances have ever been exactly alike. And at the heart of that orchestra, shaping the emotional tone of everything you experience, are a handful of remarkable chemical messengers. Molecules so small they cannot be seen with the naked eye, and yet their influence on the quality of a human life is almost impossible to overstate. We touched on them briefly in our last section, moving gently past their names like travelers noting landmarks in the distance. Tonight we stop. We sit down beside them. We let them tell us, slowly and in full, what they actually do. Let us begin with dopamine. is one of the most written about, most talked about, and most frequently misunderstood molecules in all of neuroscience. In popular culture, it has become almost synonymous with pleasure, with reward, with the bright, immediate feeling of getting something you wanted. People talk about dopamine hits the way they might talk about a sweet, with a slightly guilty pleasure, as if it were always something indulgent and fleeting. But the real story of dopamine is richer and stranger and more interesting than that. Dopamine is not, strictly speaking, the pleasure molecule. It is, more precisely, the anticipation molecule, the prediction molecule. It is released not so much when you get the thing you want, but when you are moving toward it. When your brain registers that something good is possible and that your actions are bringing it closer. Researchers discovered this through a series of elegant experiments with animals that have become classics of neuroscience. They found that the dopamine system fires most strongly not at the moment of reward, but in the moments of anticipation leading up to it, when the animal has learned that a certain cue means something good is coming, and it begins to reach toward that good thing. The dopamine is already flowing, already preparing the animal to pursue, to engage, to move. This has a beautiful implication for human happiness. It means that goal-directed behavior, the simple act of working towards something that matters to you, is itself a source of neurological reward, not just the achievement, but the reaching, the sense of purpose and direction, the feeling of being on your way somewhere. This is why people often describe the period of working toward a dream as one of the happiest times of their lives, even more than the moment of arrival. The journey, the researchers found, really is the destination, at least as far as your dopamine system is concerned. Dopamine also plays an important role in learning. When something happens that is better than your brain predicted, dopamine is released in a burst. Your brain notes this. It updates its model of the world. It pays attention to the conditions that led to the good outcome, and it encodes, gently and reliably, a little more motivation to seek those conditions again. This is how habits are formed, how preferences develop, how the accumulated experience of a lifetime slowly shapes the neural architecture of a person's inner world. Now let us move to serotonin, which plays a different and complementary role in the emotional orchestra. If dopamine is the instrument of reaching, of wanting and pursuing and moving forward, serotonin is something more like the instrument of arriving, of settling, of the quiet, warm feeling of being exactly where you belong. Serotonin is deeply connected to social experience, to the sense of one's place in the world and among the people in it, to feelings of calm and dignity and belonging. When serotonin levels are healthy and stable, there is a quality of ease in the body and the mind, a feeling that things are, in their fundamental way, all right. Not perfect, not without their complications, but fundamentally, quietly, all right. Much of the antidepressant medication developed in the latter decades of the 20th century works by influencing the serotonin system. These medications, which have helped millions of people navigate the darkness of depression, work by keeping serotonin active in the brain for longer, allowing its stabilizing influence to linger. They do not manufacture happiness, but they can restore the conditions in which happiness becomes possible again. Natural activities also influence serotonin in meaningful ways. Exposure to sunlight, regular physical movement, the experience of recalling positive memories, of consciously bringing to mind moments that felt good. Social connection, the practice of gratitude. All of these, studied carefully and repeatedly, have been shown to support healthy serotonin function, which means that the daily habits we will explore later in our journey tonight are not merely behavioral suggestions. They are, at a molecular level, acts of tending your own brain chemistry, small, consistent gestures of care toward the very instrument that makes all experience possible. Then there is oxytocin. Oxytocin is older, evolutionarily speaking, than many of the other molecules we have discussed. It has been present in the bodies of mammals for tens of millions of years. It plays a role in childbirth, in lactation, in the formation of the powerful bond between a mother and a newborn child, but its influence extends far beyond those first biological moments. Oxytocin is released whenever genuine closeness occurs. Touch between people who trust each other. The eye contact of a meaningful conversation. The simple physical warmth of sitting near someone you love. It is the body's chemical signature of safety in another person's presence. What oxytocin does, broadly, is reduce the perception of threat. It quiets the alarm systems of the brain. It lowers the vigilance that the nervous system maintains when navigating an uncertain world. And in doing so, it opens space for something softer, for curiosity and warmth, and the particular quality of presence that we bring to the people and experiences we truly care about. Research has shown that people with richer social lives, people who experience more frequent and more genuine human connection, tend to have more consistently active oxytocin systems, and those more active oxytocin systems are associated with lower levels of stress, better immune function, longer life, and yes, greater happiness. The body, it turns out, was designed to thrive in the company of others. Aloneness is not wrong or bad. There is real beauty and real value in solitude, as we will explore later. But deep and lasting well-being seems to require, at some fundamental biological level, the regular experience of genuine human warmth. The endorphin system is another player in our orchestra, and perhaps the most immediately familiar one. Endorphins are the brain's own opioids. They are released during physical exertion, during laughter, during certain kinds of sustained effort that push the body beyond its ordinary comfort. They produce sensations of euphoria and ease. They reduce the perception of pain. They create that extraordinary feeling, sometimes described as a runner's high. That quality of luminous, effortless calm that follows hard physical work. But endorphins are released in other ways too. Social bonding activities seem to activate the endorphin system. Singing together, laughing together. Even the shared physical experience of being in a crowd at a concert or a sporting event, moving and breathing in some kind of loose and joyful synchrony with others. This too releases endorphins, which may be one reason why shared experiences of music and sport and celebration feel so different, so much richer than the same activities enjoyed alone. There is also a newer molecule attracting significant scientific attention, one you may have heard of more recently. GABA, or gamma-aminobutyric acid, is the brain's primary inhibitory neurotransmitter. While it is not a happiness chemical in the way dopamine or serotonin might be described, its role in quieting the nervous system, in gently dampening the constant low hum of anxiety and alertness that the modern world tends to generate, is crucial to any honest account of human well-being. GABA is what allows the brain to shift from its busy, vigilant, problem-solving mode into something quieter and more restored. It is active during sleep. It is supported by practices like meditation and gentle movement and slow, deep breathing. It is, in a sense, the chemistry of letting go. And right now, as your breathing slows and your body settles further into its resting place, your GABA system is gently, naturally, doing exactly what it was designed to do. The orchestra is quieting, not falling silent, but finding a softer, slower, more nighttime register. The instruments still playing, but more gently now, more like a lullaby than a symphony. It is important to understand, as we rest with all of this, that none of these systems operates in isolation. The brain is not a collection of separate chemical switches, each one producing a different emotion in a tidy and predictable way. It is a dynamic, interconnected, endlessly responsive system where every molecule influences every other, where mood and thought and memory and sensation are all woven together in something too complex for any single account to fully capture. What the research does tell us clearly and consistently is that these systems are responsive. They change in response to how we live. They are shaped by sleep and movement and food and sunlight. And the quality of our relationships and the nature of our daily habits, they are not fixed. They are not passive. They are alive, and they are listening in their own molecular way to the choices we make, which means that every small act of self-care, every moment of genuine connection, every instance of working towards something meaningful, every time you choose rest over restlessness, you are, without any drama or announcement, doing something real inside your own brain. You are tending the orchestra. You are creating the conditions for the music to be beautiful. And tonight, in this dark and quiet hour, the music that is playing is the softest and most restorative of all. The slow chemistry of deep rest, the body finding its way, as it always does, back toward balance, back toward the quiet center where everything is, in its fundamental way, exactly as it should be. Let the molecules do their gentle work. Let the orchestra play its slow, nocturnal piece. You have nothing to do now but breathe and rest, and let yourself be carried. There is a strawberry. It is perfectly ripe, deeply red, almost to the point of purple at its rounded tip. It smells of warm summer afternoons and something sweet and slightly wild. You pick it up, and it is soft between your fingers, yielding gently to the lightest pressure. And when you eat it slowly, there is a moment, just a moment, where everything else falls away, where there is only this, only the taste and the texture, and the simple, uncomplicated pleasure of something delicious meeting a body that was ready to receive it. That is hedonic happiness. And it is real, and it is good, and it deserves to be taken seriously. For a long time in the history of thinking about happiness, pleasure had a complicated reputation. The ancient Stoics were somewhat suspicious of it. Certain religious traditions warned that too much attachment to pleasure would lead a person away from higher and more lasting goods. Even in modern positive psychology, hedonic happiness is sometimes treated as the lesser partner of its more serious sibling, eudaimonia, as if pleasure were somehow shallow, as if joy without meaning were not quite respectable. But that view is changing, and the science of pleasure, explored carefully and honestly, reveals something much richer and more nuanced than simple indulgence. The philosophical tradition most closely associated with hedonic happiness has a long and interesting history. It begins, as so many conversations about happiness do, in ancient Greece, with a philosopher named Epicurus, who lived in the 4th and 3rd centuries before the Common Era, and whose name has given us the word Epicurean, though in a form he might not entirely have recognized. Epicurus is often remembered as a philosopher of pleasure, and that is accurate as far as it goes. He did believe that pleasure was the foundation of the good life, but his understanding of pleasure was more refined and more gentle than the popular image of Epicurean excess might suggest. He distinguished between two kinds of pleasure: kinetic pleasures, which are the active, bright pleasures of enjoyment, the pleasures of eating, of conversation, of music and beauty and sensory delight, and katastematic pleasures, which are the quieter pleasures of a state of being. The pleasure of being free from pain, the pleasure of being at peace, the deep, still pleasure of a body and mind that have everything they need and are not straining after anything more. It was this second kind of pleasure that Epicurus valued most highly. He called it ataraxia, a word that means, roughly, tranquility, undisturbedness, the quiet, unhurried pleasure of simply being alive and at ease in the world. He lived accordingly. He kept a small garden in Athens. He lived simply and ate simply. He surrounded himself with close friends and spent his days in conversation and contemplation. He wrote that of all the things that wisdom provides for living one's entire life in happiness, the greatest by far is the possession of friendship, not excess, not acquisition, not the desperate accumulation of every pleasure the world had to offer, but simplicity and friendship and the deep, sustainable pleasure of a life that was not always wanting more. Modern researchers have explored hedonic happiness with considerable sophistication, and what they have found echoes Epicurus. curious in some rather striking ways. Psychologists measure hedonic well-being along two broad dimensions. The first is the presence of positive affect, the frequency and intensity of pleasant feelings in daily life. Joy, delight, contentment, amusement, warmth, the small and large moments of feeling genuinely good. The second is the absence of negative affect, the relative freedom from chronic pain, anxiety, sadness, and stress. And alongside these two emotional dimensions, researchers add a cognitive component: life satisfaction, the degree to which, when you step back and look at your life as a whole, you feel that it is going well, that it matches, at least broadly, your hopes and your values, and your sense of what a good life looks like. Together, these three dimensions form what researchers call subjective well-being, a term that captures the deeply personal nature of hedonic happiness. It is not about objective circumstances. It is about how those circumstances are experienced from the inside. One of the most consistently replicated findings in this area is something called the positivity ratio. Researchers like Barbara Fredrickson found that people tend to flourish when their ratio of positive to negative emotional experiences is tilted meaningfully toward the positive. Not that negative emotions are absent. They are never absent, and they should not be. But that the general weather of a person's inner life leans more often toward warmth than toward cold. What promotes positive affect in daily life? The researchers have been thorough and patient in their investigations, and the picture that emerges is, at its heart, a rather gentle one. Small pleasures matter more than large ones in aggregate. This is one of the most reliable and somewhat counterintuitive findings in the science of hedonic happiness. A single extraordinary experience, a lavish holiday, a major purchase, a grand celebration, tends to produce a burst of positive emotion that fades relatively quickly, but a steady accumulation of small, simple pleasures. A good cup of something warm in a quiet morning, a moment of sunlight on your face, a conversation that made you laugh, a meal tasted exactly right. These tend to build a richer and more durable positive emotional climate than any single peak experience could provide. This is partly due to a phenomenon researchers call hedonic adaptation. We will explore it in much more detail in a later section. But in brief, it is the brain's tendency to normalize new circumstances, however wonderful they initially seemed, and to return to its baseline emotional state. The new house stops feeling new. The promotion becomes the ordinary. The extraordinary becomes, gently but inevitably, ordinary. But small pleasures are harder to adapt to, especially when they are varied. When pleasure comes in different forms, from different sources, on different days, the brain keeps being gently surprised by it, keeps noticing it, keeps registering it as something good. This is why researchers recommend what they call savoring, the deliberate, attentive practice of noticing and extending pleasurable experiences, not rushing past them on the way to the next thing, not being mentally elsewhere while something good is happening, but stopping, breathing, and being fully present to what is pleasant in all its specific and fleeting particularity. When you savor something, really savor it, you are not just experiencing pleasure. You are encoding it. You are laying down a memory that can be returned to. A warm and specific image that can be brought to mind on harder days. And do real work on your emotional state. Research has shown that even the mental replay of a pleasurable memory activates many of the same neural pathways as the original experience. The brain, in some sense, relives what it remembers, which means that the moments of genuine pleasure in your life are not lost when they pass. They are stored. They become a kind of inner wealth, a reserve of warmth that belongs entirely to you. Sensory pleasure is one of the most accessible and most undervalued forms of hedonic happiness. The simple, immediate pleasure of the physical world, the warmth of sunlight, the sound of rain against a window, the texture of something soft between the hands, the smell of something baking, or of earth after rain, or of the particular combination of warmth and cotton, that means home. These sensory pleasures are available in almost every moment of ordinary life. They cost nothing. They require no special circumstances. They ask only for attention, only for the willingness to be, for just a moment, fully present to the physical world and its quiet, constant offering of small and gentle delights. Researchers studying positive affect have found that people who regularly attend to these small sensory pleasures, who have what one researcher described as an everyday aesthetic sensibility, report significantly higher levels of daily positive emotion, not because their lives are objectively more pleasurable, but because they are more awake to the pleasure that is already there. There is also the pleasure of the body in motion. We will explore this more fully when we talk about physical health and happiness. But even here, in the context of hedonic joy, it is worth noting that the body has its own language of pleasure. The pleasure of stretching after stillness, of walking at a pace that feels natural and free, of breathing deeply in clean air, of the particular quality of tiredness that follows genuine physical effort, not the exhausted, depleted tiredness of stress, but the warm, satisfied tiredness of a body that has been used well. And then there is the pleasure of beauty, not just visual beauty, though that is part of it, but the beauty of music, of words arranged with care, of ideas that click into place with an elegance that feels almost physical, the pleasure of encountering something that has been made with real skill and real love, and feeling it resonate in some part of you that is hard to name. Researchers have found that aesthetic experiences, encounters with things perceived as beautiful, activate reward circuits in the brain with a consistency and a power that rivals more obviously physical pleasures. A piece of music that moves you is not just emotionally affecting, it is neurologically rewarding. Your brain is, quite literally, being given something good. So hedonic happiness, pleasure in all its forms, is not a shallow or unworthy pursuit. It is a fundamental dimension of what it means to be a living, sensing, embodied human being. It is the pleasure of the strawberry and of the warm evening and of the conversation that goes on past the hour when you meant to say good night. It is the pleasure of rest and of warmth and of this particular quality of quiet that belongs to the late hours. You are in it right now. This soft darkness, this stillness, this gentle, unhurried drift away from the busy world and toward the simple, ancient pleasure of sleep. Epicurus would have understood this. He would have recognized this moment as one of the great pleasures of a human life. The body at ease, the mind unburdened, the world for now at a comfortable and manageable distance. There is nothing you need to reach for, nothing to acquire or accomplish or arrange. Only this, only the quiet, fundamental pleasure of being alive and warm and at rest. Let it be enough. It is more than enough. There is a different kind of happiness. It does not always feel like happiness at first. It does not arrive with the bright, immediate warmth of pleasure. It does not announce itself the way joy sometimes does, rushing in like sunlight through a suddenly opened door. It is quieter than that, more patient, more like something you notice gradually, the way you notice that the room has grown warm, or that the light has changed, or that somewhere along the way, without quite realizing it, you became someone you are glad to be. This is eudaimonic happiness, the happiness of meaning, of purpose, of living in a way that feels true. And for many researchers, many philosophers, many people who have thought long and carefully about what makes a human life genuinely good, it is the deepest happiness of all. We have already met this word, eudaimonia, in the early hours of our journey tonight. We encountered it in the sun-warmed streets of ancient Athens, in the careful and generous thinking of Aristotle, who believed that the highest human good was not the accumulation of pleasant experiences, but the full expression of what a person truly was, the flowering of their particular and irreplaceable nature. But tonight we go further. We sit down inside the idea. We look at what the researchers have found and what it means and why it matters and how it feels from the inside to live a life that is not just pleasant, but genuinely meaningful. The distinction between hedonic and eudaimonic well-being was formally introduced into psychology by a researcher named Carol Riff in the late 1980s. Riff was deeply influenced by the humanistic tradition in psychology, by thinkers like Abraham Maslow and Carl Rogers, who believed that there was something more to human flourishing than the simple presence of positive emotion and the absence of pain. She proposed that eudaimonic well-being could be understood through 6 distinct dimensions. 6 qualities that, taken together, describe what it looks like when a person is not merely feeling good, but genuinely living well. The first is self-acceptance, not in a complacent or uncritical way, but in the deep, settled way of a person who has looked honestly at who they are, with all their contradictions and imperfections and surprising gifts, and has arrived at a place of genuine peace with what they found there. The second is personal growth, the ongoing sense that you are not finished, that you are still becoming, that life continues to offer new understanding, new challenge, new invitation to stretch into something larger than you were before. People who score high on this dimension tend to describe themselves as engaged with life, curious, awake. The third is purpose in life, the sense that your life is directed towards something, that it has a thread running through it, a reason, a direction, however quietly or humbly expressed. This does not require grand ambition or public achievement. A person whose purpose is to be a steady presence for their family, or to tend a small piece of the world with care, or to practice their art in private and without recognition, has purpose. And the research suggests that this sense of direction matters enormously to well-being. The fourth is environmental mastery, the feeling that you can navigate your world with some degree of competence and effectiveness, that you are not simply swept along by circumstances, but that you have genuine agency, that your choices make a difference. The fifth is autonomy, the sense that your life reflects your own values and your own authentic nature, rather than simply the expectations of others, that when you make choices, they are genuinely yours And the sixth is positive relations with others. The warmth and depth of genuine human connection. The sense of being known and knowing others in ways that go below the surface of social courtesy into something real and sustaining. These 6 dimensions paint a portrait of a life that is not defined by how it feels in any given moment, but by its overall shape and direction and quality. A life with roots, with texture, with the particular dignity of a person who knows, more or less, who they are and what they are here to do. Research comparing hedonic and eudaimonic well-being has produced some genuinely fascinating results. People who score high on eudaimonic measures tend to show better physical health outcomes than those who score high only on hedonic measures. They have lower levels of inflammatory markers in the body, lower levels of the stress hormone cortisol, better sleep quality, greater resilience in the face of difficulty and loss. It is as though the body, that quiet and faithful instrument, can tell the difference, can sense whether the happiness it is hosting is real and deep and rooted, or bright and pleasant, but somewhat thin. And it responds accordingly at a cellular level with a quality of health that reflects the quality of the life being lived. One of the most compelling pieces of research on meaning and well-being was conducted by psychologist Michael Steger, who developed one of the most widely used measures of meaning in life. He found that meaning and happiness, while related, are genuinely distinct. A person can be happy without feeling that their life is particularly meaningful. And, perhaps more surprisingly, a person can find great meaning in a life that is currently difficult or painful or far from pleasant. Viktor Frankl, the Austrian psychiatrist who survived the Nazi concentration camps and wrote about his experiences in a book that has moved millions of readers, described this with extraordinary power. He observed that the prisoners who survived, not physically necessarily, but psychologically, who maintained their dignity and their inner freedom even in the most brutal conditions, were almost always those who had found some sense of meaning in their suffering, some reason to endure, some person they were living for, or some work they felt they were still meant to do. He wrote that even in circumstances of terrible constraint, the last of all human freedoms could not be taken away, the freedom to choose one's attitude toward one's circumstances, to decide in the quiet interior of the self what meaning to give to what was happening. This is not a comfortable idea to sit with. It places a great deal of responsibility at the door of the individual, and it should be understood carefully without using it to dismiss or minimize genuine suffering or injustice. Meaning does not excuse what is wrong in the world, but it can, as Frankl witnessed, transform what is endured. In less extreme circumstances, the implications are gentler, but no less real. The research on purpose and longevity is particularly striking. Studies following older adults over many years have found that people with a strong sense of purpose live measurably longer than those without one. They have lower rates of heart disease, lower rates of cognitive decline, lower rates of depression, as if the self, given a reason to continue, continues more vigorously. Purpose does not have to be dramatic. It does not have to be world-changing or publicly significant. The research is consistent in showing that the scale of a purpose is far less important than its authenticity. A person who finds genuine meaning in raising children or maintaining a garden or being a reliable and caring neighbor or perfecting a craft that only a handful of people will ever encounter, that person is living as purposefully from a well-being standpoint as anyone with a grand public mission. What matters is the sense of mattering, the feeling that what you do in your particular and quiet way has value in the world, that you are not simply passing through, but contributing, leaving something, however small, that was better for your having been there. There is also a dimension of eudaimonic happiness that is sometimes called self-transcendence, the experience of being part of something larger than yourself, of feeling in some moments that the boundaries of the self soften and open, and what is left is not less, but more connected, more alive to the web of of relationships and meanings, and shared experiences that constitute a human life well lived. This can happen in many ways: in prayer or meditation, in the experience of deep nature, in the absorption of creative work, in moments of profound love or grief or awe, in the particular quality of presence that sometimes descends in the middle of an ordinary day without warning and makes everything briefly luminous. You may have felt it, that sense of being exactly where you are meant to be, of things being in some way beyond words, all right, deeply, fundamentally, all right. The researchers call this peak experience, or in its quieter forms, elevated experience, and they have found that people who have these moments more regularly, who have cultivated a life in which such moments are possible, report significantly higher levels of overall well-being. Not because the moments last, they never do, but because they leave something behind, a kind of residue of warmth and trust, a memory of spaciousness that makes the smaller difficulties of ordinary life a little easier to hold. You are here tonight, in the dark, at rest. Your breathing is slower now, your body heavier and softer against whatever holds it. And perhaps in this quiet, there is a small and gentle version of that feeling. The feeling of being without striving or performing or achieving anything at all. Exactly what you are, a living person, warm and breathing, part of something older and larger than any individual life. That too is meaning. That too is the path. We are not built for solitude, not deep, unbroken, unrelieved solitude, not the kind that stretches on and on without the warmth of another voice, another face, another presence that knows your name and is genuinely glad you exist. The human body, the human brain, the long evolutionary history that made us what we are. Everything in us was shaped in the company of others, shaped by relationship, by the necessity and the gift of being known. This is not a sentimental idea. It is a biological one, and the science behind it is some of the most consistent, most replicated, most quietly astonishing in all of happiness research. let us begin with a study, a long, patient, extraordinary study that is still running today, and that has produced more insight into what makes a human life genuinely good than almost any other piece of research ever attempted. In 1938, researchers at Harvard University enrolled 268 undergraduate students in what would become the longest running study of adult life ever conducted. They called it the Harvard Study of Adult Development. Over the following decades, the original participants were followed throughout their entire lives. Their health was tracked. Their relationships were documented, their happiness and their struggles, and their triumphs were recorded in interviews and surveys and medical examinations. Year after year after year. Eventually, the study expanded to include the participants' children and then their grandchildren. And it expanded outward to include a second group, men who had grown up in the poorest neighborhoods of inner city Boston, to ensure that the findings were not limited to a narrow and privileged slice of humanity. The study has now followed more than 1,300 people across multiple generations. It has accumulated an extraordinary depth of human data, the kind that cannot be gathered in a laboratory in a single year or even a single decade, but only in the long, unhurried way that real life unfolds, and what it has found with a clarity and a consistency that has surprised even the researchers themselves is this: the single most powerful predictor of health, happiness, and longevity in human life is the quality of relationships, not wealth, not achievement, not fame or status, or the accumulation of experiences, or the absence of difficulty. Relationships, the warmth and depth and genuineness of the connections a person has with the people around them. The fourth director of the study, psychiatrist Robert Waldinger, described it in a now famous lecture with characteristic simplicity. Good relationships keep us happier and healthier. Period. People in warm, secure, trusting relationships in midlife turned out to live longer. They experienced less cognitive decline in old age. They reported higher levels of daily positive emotion. They recovered more quickly from illness. They weathered the inevitable losses and difficulties of life with greater resilience. They described, when asked, a pervasive sense that their lives were good. Not perfect, not without pain, but good, in the way that something well-rooted and genuinely alive is good. And people who were lonely, who lacked close connection, who moved through their days without the regular experience of being truly known by another person, showed the opposite pattern. They experienced earlier physical decline, greater cognitive deterioration, lower immune function, shorter lives. The loneliness was not merely emotionally painful. It was physiologically costly. It registered in the body as stress, as a chronic low-level alarm. The nervous system quietly insisting that something essential was missing. This makes a certain deep sense when you consider our evolutionary history. Human beings evolved in small, close-knit groups. For the vast majority of the time our species has existed, survival depended on belonging to a community, on being embedded in a network of mutual care and cooperation. The lone human, separated from the group, was not merely lonely. They were in danger. The social alarm that loneliness triggers in the nervous system is, in its origins, a survival alarm, a signal that something urgently needs to be addressed. The brain treats social exclusion, researchers have found, in very similar ways to physical pain. The same neural regions that process the ache of a physical wound also process the ache of rejection or isolation. Social pain is not metaphorical. It is real. It is neurologically real, which is why the loss of an important relationship can feel in the body like something that has genuinely been broken. And by the same logic, the restoration of connection feels like something healing. John Cacioppo, a neuroscientist at the University of Chicago, who spent decades studying loneliness, described the social brain as one of the most significant and most underappreciated features of human biology. He found that loneliness not only causes psychological suffering, gene expression, disrupts sleep architecture, raises blood pressure, increases inflammation, and accelerates the aging process at a cellular level. He was also careful to distinguish between objective social isolation and the subjective experience of loneliness. A person can be surrounded by people and be profoundly lonely, and a person can spend much of their time alone and feel deeply connected, nourished by a small circle of genuine relationships and a rich inner life. It is not the quantity of social contact that matters most. It is the quality, the warmth, the realness. What makes a relationship nourishing? The researchers have been fairly specific about this, and their findings align closely with what most of us know. Somewhere beneath the noise of daily life, to already be true, nourishing relationships are characterized by genuine attention, by being truly listened to, not merely heard, by the sense that the other person is interested in who you actually are, not just in the role you play or the function you perform. This quality of being seen, of being known in your specificity and your complexity, seems to be one of the most fundamental of human needs. They are also characterized by what researchers call responsive support, not just the availability of help when things go wrong, but the sensitivity of that help, whether it addresses what is actually needed rather than what the helper assumes is needed. A partner who notices when you are struggling before you say anything, who responds with exactly the right quality of presence, whether that is conversation or silence, or simply a warm and steady nearness, provides something that scientific studies consistently identify as one of the strongest buffers against stress and adversity that human beings possess. Trust is another essential quality. The deep, quiet confidence that another person can be relied upon, that they will not use what they know about you against you, that the relationship is a safe place. This quality of trust, which is built slowly and incrementally through repeated small acts of reliability and care, is what transforms a social contact into a genuine relationship, and it is what makes the relief of genuine belonging feel so different from the performance of social connection. Researchers have also found that weak ties matter more than most people expect, not just the close, intimate relationships at the center of a social world, but the broader network of friendly acquaintances and colleagues and neighbors, and the person at the coffee shop who always remembers your order. These lighter connections, while not a substitute for depth, contribute meaningfully to daily positive emotion. They provide a feeling of being embedded in a human world that is, on balance, warm and welcoming, and glad of your presence. The need for belonging, for being part of something, is also met through group identity, through shared purposes and shared histories, and the particular bond that forms between people who have gone through something together. Research on sports teams, on military units, on tight-knit communities of many kinds, consistently shows that the sense of being part of a tribe, of mattering to a group that also matters to you, is one of the most potent sources of meaning and positive emotion available to social animals like us. There is something we ought to rest with here, something simple and perhaps obvious, and yet something that the relentless pace of modern life can make surprisingly easy to forget. The moments of genuine connection you have experienced in your life are not incidental to your happiness. They are not background. They are among the most fundamentally important experiences a human being can have. The conversation that went on past midnight, the friend who showed up without being asked, the laughter that came from nowhere and took a long time to subside, the quiet companionship of sitting with someone you love, not saying anything in particular, needing nothing more than the warmth of their nearness. These are not small things. The science says, with great gentleness and great certainty, that they are among the largest things, among the things that, at the end of a life, tend to be named first and remembered longest and missed most deeply. You may be thinking of someone now, someone whose presence in your life has made it something richer and warmer than it would otherwise have been. Someone whose name, if you let it drift through your mind on a night like this, brings with it a quality of softness. Let that feeling be here. Let it rest beside you in the dark. It is one of the truest and most human things you carry. The warmth of knowing that somewhere in the world there are people for whom you are not interchangeable, people for whom you are simply, irreplaceably you. That is belonging. That is the social brain doing its oldest and most beautiful work. And tonight, even in the quiet of your aloneness, you carry all of that with you. The warmth of every connection you have ever genuinely made is part of who you are now. Part of the particular and unrepeatable person lying here in the dark, breathing slowly, drifting gently toward rest. You are not alone in this darkness. You never really were. There is a practice so simple, so ancient, and so thoroughly studied by modern science that it has become something of a quiet revolution in the world of well-being research. It requires no equipment, no special circumstances, no particular talent or training or prior experience. It can be done lying in the dark at the end of a long day, when the energy for almost anything else has gently run out. It is the practice of noticing what is good, that is gratitude in its most essential form, not the formal letter of thanks, not the social performance of appreciation, but the quiet, internal act of turning your attention deliberately and with care toward what is present and warm and worthy of notice in your life. The unhurried recognition that something good exists and that you are glad it does. The science behind this practice is more robust than almost anyone would have predicted when researchers first began to take it seriously in the late 1990s and early 2000s. It emerged, like so much of the happiness research we have explored tonight, from the early days of positive psychology, from the fundamental question of what goes right and how to encourage more of it. Robert Emmons, a psychologist at the University of California, Davis, has devoted much of his career to studying gratitude. He and his colleague Michael McCullough conducted one of the foundational experiments in this field in 2003. They divided participants into 3 groups. The first group was asked to write once a week about things that had happened during the week that they were grateful for. The second group was asked to write about daily hassles and irritations. The third group was asked to write about neutral events, things that had happened with no particular emotional charge. After 10 weeks, the results were clear and striking. The gratitude group reported significantly higher levels of well-being and positive emotion than either of the other groups. They also reported fewer physical complaints. They spent more time exercising, and perhaps most interestingly, they reported feeling more connected to other people, more generous, more inclined toward prosocial behavior. From that study and the many hundreds that followed it, a picture of gratitude began to emerge that was far richer than anyone had initially imagined. Gratitude, the researchers found, is not simply a pleasant emotion that follows from good fortune. It is an active, generative force in the psychological life of the person who practices it. It does something. It changes things, not just in the moment of feeling grateful, but over time, in the accumulated, slowly building way that consistent practices always change things. But what precisely does it do? One of the most important things gratitude does is shift attention. The human mind, as we have touched upon throughout our journey tonight, has a strong natural tendency toward what psychologists call negativity bias, the tendency to notice threats, problems, disappointments, and losses more readily than it notices safety, abundance, connection, and beauty. This bias is not a flaw. It was enormously useful to our ancestors, for whom missing a threat could be fatal, while missing a pleasure was merely unfortunate. But in the relatively safe circumstances of modern life, this bias can quietly distort our experience. It can make a life that is, on balance, full of goodness feel emptier and harder than it actually is, because the goodness, being unthreatening, tends to slip past without registering, while the difficulties, the minor frustrations, and the recurring worries, and the small daily frictions present themselves insistently and repeatedly, demanding attention. Gratitude practice is in its quiet way, a rebalancing, a deliberate, gentle redirecting of attention toward what the negativity bias tends to overlook, not a denial of difficulty, not a forced cheerfulness, or a pretense that everything is fine when it is not, but an honest and patient widening of the lens, a willingness to look at the whole picture, including the parts that are genuinely good. Martin Seligman and colleagues developed a simple gratitude exercise that became one of the most replicated interventions in all of positive psychology. They called it 3 good things. The instruction was almost disarmingly simple. Each evening, write down 3 things that went well during the day. And for each one, write a brief reflection on why it happened, what it says about you, or about the people in your life, or about the world. In study after study, this exercise, practiced consistently over as little as 1 to 2 weeks, produced measurable and lasting increases in happiness and decreases in depressive symptoms. Even participants who stopped doing the exercise formally continued to show benefits months later, as though the practice had reoriented something in their habitual way of attending to their experience. The why component turns out to be particularly important. Simply noting that something good happened is useful, but reflecting on its cause, on the conditions and the choices and the people that contributed to it, connects the good thing to a larger web of meaning and relationship. It transforms a pleasant event into evidence of something, of care, or of effort, or of the fundamental generativity of the world. There is also a deeply interpersonal dimension to gratitude that the research has explored with considerable care. Gratitude directed toward other people, the recognition that someone has done something for you, has gone out of their way, has offered something of themselves, and the expression of that recognition produces benefits for both the giver and the receiver in ways that few other social behaviors can match. Martin Seligman developed an exercise he called the gratitude visit. Participants were asked to write a detailed letter of appreciation to someone who had been important in their life, someone who had never been properly thanked, and then, if possible, to deliver that letter in person, to sit with that person and read it aloud to them. The results were remarkable. People who completed the gratitude visit showed the largest positive effect on happiness of any single exercise tested in the study, and the effects lasted measurably for a full month. A single act of expressed appreciation, genuine and specific and delivered face to face, could shift the emotional weather of a person's life for weeks. Why? The researchers believe several things are happening at once. The act of writing the letter requires close and sustained attention to the good that another person has done. It reverses the negativity bias in a focused and personal way. The delivery of the letter in person activates oxytocin and produces a powerful shared moment of emotional warmth. And the response of the recipient, their surprise, their moved and often tearful gratitude for being seen and acknowledged, creates a moment of genuine connection that nourishes both parties in ways that linger long after the visit ends. Gratitude also appears to work through its relationship with comparison. One of the quieter enemies of happiness is a tendency to compare our current circumstances unfavorably with either an idealized past or an imagined better future. Gratitude interrupts this comparison process. It draws attention back to the present, to what is actually here. And it does so not by demanding that we pretend to be satisfied when we are not, but by genuinely discovering, through careful attention, the things that are worth being satisfied about. Researchers have found that simply contemplating what life would be like without certain goods, a technique sometimes called mental subtraction, can powerfully activate gratitude, thinking, not dwelling sadly, but imagining briefly and clearly what life would look like without a particular friend or a particular ability or a particular small daily pleasure, tends to restore appreciation for things that familiarity had rendered invisible. This connects to the hedonic adaptation we touched on in our exploration of pleasure. The things we are most accustomed to are the things we are least grateful for, not because they are less valuable, but simply because the brain has stopped noticing them. Gratitude, practiced deliberately, is a way of unadapting, of seeing again with fresher eyes what was always quietly there. The body responds to gratitude in measurable ways. Studies using physiological measures have found that states of genuine appreciation and gratitude produce coherent heart rate patterns, lower cortisol levels, reduced muscle tension, and a calmer, more regulated nervous system. The body, as we noted earlier, knows the difference between genuine well-being and its surface imitation. And genuine gratitude, felt rather than performed, produces a physical state that closely resembles the state of genuine safety and peace. There are cultures and traditions around the world that have embedded gratitude into the structure of daily life for centuries. In Japanese culture, the concept of kansha, a deep and heartfelt appreciation, is woven into the rituals of ordinary days. In many indigenous traditions, practices of thanksgiving to the natural world, to the land and water and living things that sustain human life, are among the most central and sacred of cultural expressions. In contemplative traditions across the world, prayers of gratitude, offered not as transactions, but as recognition, as the simple, honest acknowledgement of being given to, are among the most ancient forms of human spiritual practice. What they all share, beneath their different forms and languages and cultural contexts, is the same quiet wisdom that the good in life is real, that it is worth seeing, that the act of seeing it, of truly and honestly and fully acknowledging it, is itself a kind of practice that makes a person better at being alive. You might find, as you rest here in the dark, that something comes to mind without being asked. Some small or large thing that is genuinely good. The warmth you are lying in, the breath that comes and goes so reliably, without any effort on your part at all. A face, a voice, a memory of something that made you feel for a moment that the world was larger and kinder than it sometimes seems. Let it be here. You do not need to write it down. You do not need to examine it or understand it or hold it in any particular way. Just notice it. Just allow the quiet warmth of recognition to move through you, the way warmth moves through a room when something good is burning steadily somewhere nearby. That is enough. That is all gratitude ever asks. Just this, just the soft, unhurried, entirely honest noticing of what is good. And then, gently, the release. Back into the dark, back into the breathing, back into the slow and patient drift towards sleep. Where are you right now? Not in the sense of geography, not the city or the room or the particular quiet corner where you have settled in for the night. But where is your mind? Where is your attention at this precise and unrepeatable moment? Is it here with the weight of your body and the rhythm of your breathing and the soft darkness gathered around you? Or is it somewhere else, somewhere in the past, turning over a conversation or a memory or something left unfinished somewhere in the future, running gently ahead of the present into plans and worries and the imagined texture of tomorrow? Most of us, for most of our waking hours, are somewhere else. This is not a criticism. It is simply an observation about the restless, ranging, time-traveling nature of the human mind. We are, as far as we know, the only creatures on earth that can mentally inhabit a time other than the present one. We can revisit the past with extraordinary vividness. We can project ourselves into futures that have not yet happened. We can hold in mind simultaneously a dozen different versions of events and possibilities and concerns. This is a magnificent capacity. It is the foundation of planning and creativity and the long sweep of human civilization. But it comes at a cost. And that cost, which researchers have now measured and documented with considerable care, is a quieter and more continuous form of unhappiness than most people ever quite name. A landmark study published in 2010 by psychologists Matthew Killingsworth and Daniel Gilbert used a smartphone application to contact thousands of people at random moments throughout the day. The app asked 3 simple questions. What are you doing right now? What are you thinking about? And how are you feeling? What they found was striking. People's minds were wandering from what they were actually doing approximately 47% of the time. Nearly half of all waking hours were spent thinking about something other than the present moment. And crucially, this mind wandering consistently predicted lower happiness, regardless of what activity the person was engaged in. People were less happy when their minds were wandering than when they were present, even if what they were present to was not particularly remarkable or pleasant. The conclusion Killingsworth and Gilbert drew, stated simply and carefully, was that a wandering mind is an unhappy mind. This does not mean that thinking about the past or the future is always harmful. Memory is precious. Planning is necessary. Imagination is one of the greatest gifts the human mind possesses, but chronic, involuntary, unregulated mind wandering, the mind pulling away from the present without intention or awareness, tends to draw people toward ruminative, anxious, or simply dissatisfied mental content. The mental default, when attention drifts without direction, is often not pleasant landscape. Mindfulness is the practice of noticing this drifting and of returning gently and without judgment to the present. That is all it is at its most essential. The practice of being here, of noticing when you have gone elsewhere and coming back, not with criticism or frustration, not with the effortful strain of forced concentration, but with the same patient, affectionate gesture you might use to redirect a small child who has wandered a little way off the path. Gently, kindly, with a complete absence of drama. The word mindfulness, in its modern Western usage, derives from the Pali word sati, which appears throughout the oldest recorded teachings of the Buddha. It means, roughly, awareness, clear, present, non-reactive awareness of what is happening in the body and the mind and the world in this moment. It was central to Buddhist practice for more than 2,000 years before it arrived in Western psychology. Traveling along a long and winding road through the 20th century, carried by teachers and scholars, and eventually by a molecular biologist named John Kabat-Zinn, who had the particular genius to see that what contemplative traditions had been teaching for millennia was something that science could study and medicine could use, and ordinary people living ordinary modern lives could benefit from enormously. In 1979, Kabat-Zinn developed an 8-week program called mindfulness-based stress reduction, or MBSR, at the University of Massachusetts Medical School. He designed it for patients with chronic pain and stress-related conditions who had not been adequately helped by conventional treatments. The program taught systematic mindfulness meditation practices, breath awareness, body scanning, mindful movement, the careful, patient cultivation of present moment attention. The results were significant enough to generate serious scientific interest. Patients reported reduced pain, reduced anxiety, reduced depression, improved quality of life, and the effects persisted well beyond the end of the program itself, as though the practice had installed something, some new capacity or orientation that continued operating quietly in the background of daily life. Since then, the scientific literature on mindfulness has grown to encompass thousands of studies, examining its effects on everything from immune function to telomere length, from relationship quality to workplace performance, from the treatment of addiction to the management of chronic illness. Not all studies are equally rigorous. The field has its complexities and its debates, but the core finding, replicated across many contexts and many populations, is robust. Regular mindfulness practice reliably reduces stress, reduces anxiety, reduces depressive symptoms, and increases overall well-being and life satisfaction. But how? What is actually happening at a neurological level when someone practices mindfulness? Brain imaging studies have provided some of the most compelling answers to this question. Researchers, including Sarah Lazar at Harvard, have shown that regular meditation practice produces measurable changes in the structure of the brain. The prefrontal cortex associated with attention regulation and emotional balance and deliberate decision making, tends to be thicker in long-term meditators. The amygdala, the brain's alarm system, the structure that sounds the neurological alert in response to perceived threat, tends to be smaller and less reactive. The connection between the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex, the pathway through which rational thought can modulate emotional reactivity, tends to be stronger and more efficient. What this means in practical terms is that regular mindfulness practice appears to physically reshape the brain in ways that make a person less reactive, more emotionally balanced, more capable of choosing a response rather than simply enacting one. The gap between stimulus and response, between what happens and how the person reacts, gradually widens. And in that gap, as the philosopher Viktor Frankl observed in a different context, lies the freedom to choose. Mindfulness also appears to work by changing the relationship between a person and their thoughts. One of the core insights of contemplative practice, and one now well supported by cognitive science, is that thoughts are not facts. They are events in the mind. They arise, often without invitation, with a compelling sense of reality and urgency, and then they pass. Just as clouds pass across a sky that is not itself the clouds, just as waves pass through an ocean that is not itself the waves. Much of human suffering arises not from the thoughts themselves, but from the relationship with them, from identifying so completely with each thought that the distinction between the thinker and the thought disappears, from believing automatically and without examination everything the mind produces, from being caught in the current of mental, whether without any sense of the sky that contains it. Mindfulness practice teaches gradually and through direct experience rather than intellectual understanding that you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness in which thoughts arise, and that awareness, still and open and quietly present, is always available, always here, even in the most turbulent moments of the most difficult days. This is a teaching that has comforted and liberated people for 2,500 years, and it is a teaching that modern neuroscience has now confirmed in its own language from a different direction. You may notice as you rest here that your mind has its own weather tonight. Thoughts arising and passing, some of them about the day just finished, some of them about tomorrow, some of them not quite thoughts, more like textures or impressions or feelings that are hard to name, the mind continuing to do what minds always do, ranging and reaching and processing, even as the body grows heavier and the world grows quieter. You do not need to stop any of it. You do not need to still the mind or empty it or make it into something it is not. The practice of mindfulness in these nighttime hours is simply this: noticing gently, with a kind of easy curiosity, noticing the breath, the rise and fall of it, so reliable and so steady and so entirely effortless. Noticing the sounds around you, if there are sounds, the quality of the air on your skin, the weight of your body against whatever holds it, not grasping at any of it, not pushing any of it away, just noticing with the lightest possible touch, and then letting it pass. Each breath is a complete universe, beginning and ending and beginning again. Each moment is whole in itself, asking nothing, offering everything, including this one and this one and this one. There is a quality of permission in genuine mindfulness that is unlike almost anything else. Permission to be exactly as you are, not improving or striving or becoming. Just being with the particular texture of this moment, this breath, this quiet and singular night. The mind will wander. It always does. That is not failure. That is the practice. The returning is the practice. Each gentle return to the present is, in its small and unhurried way, a repetition, a strengthening, a kind of compassionate discipline that builds over time into something spacious and real. You have been here all along, beneath the wandering, beneath the planning and the remembering and the worrying and the dreaming. Steady and breathing and present, even when you did not know it. That steadiness is always available. It is available now, breathe in slowly. Breathe out slowly. Here, just here. There is a quiet puzzle at the heart of human happiness. A strange and persistent mismatch between what we think will make us happy and what actually does. We reach for things with great confidence and great certainty. We imagine their arrival with bright anticipation. We believe, sometimes with almost religious conviction, that this next thing, this next change, this next achievement or possession or experience will finally deliver the feeling we have been chasing, and then it arrives. And the feeling is real for a time, sometimes a long time, sometimes only moments, but almost always, eventually, it fades. The new car becomes familiar. The promotion becomes ordinary. The vacation becomes a memory. And the quiet longing returns, dressed in new clothes, pointing to the next thing on the list. This is the happiness paradox. Researchers call it affective forecasting error, the systematic tendency to mispredict how we will feel in the future. And it is one of the most reliable and human findings in all of well-being science. The term was popularized by two Harvard psychologists, Daniel Gilbert and Tim Wilson, who began studying this phenomenon in the late 1990s. They found that people are remarkably bad at predicting both the intensity and the duration of their future emotional states. We overestimate how happy a positive event will make us. We overestimate how unhappy a negative event will make us. And we underestimate, almost always, how quickly we will return to our emotional baseline. This baseline, as we explored earlier in the genetics section, is that quiet set point, that tendency toward a particular level of well-being that our biology carries with it, and that life events, however dramatic, only temporarily perturb. Gilbert and Wilson conducted a series of ingenious experiments to demonstrate this. In one study, they asked people how happy they would be if they got into their first choice college. The respondents predicted soaring joy that would last for years. Years later, researchers tracked down those same people and asked how they actually felt. The joy had come as predicted. had not lasted nearly as long as predicted. Life had resumed its ordinary texture, with the college choice becoming simply one part of a much larger story. In another study, people facing football losses predicted they would feel devastated for days. In reality, the sting faded within hours. The mind, it turns out, is built to adapt, to normalize, to find its equilibrium again, often more quickly and more completely than we expect. Why does this happen? Why are we so bad at knowing what will make us happy? One reason is the tendency toward impact bias. We imagine that future events will have an enormous effect on our emotional lives, because when we think about them, we focus on them intensely. We simulate them in our minds with great vividness and detail, but in reality, when those events occur, they do not dominate our experience the way we imagine. They become one thread among many. They share mental space with work and relationships and small daily pleasures and irritations and the 1,000 other textures of ordinary life. We also fail to account for focalism, the tendency to focus too narrowly on the event itself and to neglect the other elements of life that will continue unchanged. When we imagine winning the lottery, we picture the money, but not the unchanged traffic, the unchanged relationships, the unchanged inner weather of our days. When we imagine a breakup, we picture the loss, but not the new routines, the new freedoms, the slow rebuilding of a life on different terms. And then there is the single greatest force behind the happiness paradox: hedonic adaptation. The brain's extraordinary capacity to habituate to new circumstances, to treat the extraordinary as ordinary, to reset the emotional thermostat almost no matter what happens. This adaptation is a double-edged gift. It protects us from despair by allowing us to adjust to loss and difficulty. It robs us of lasting joy by causing us to adjust to gain and success. The bigger house becomes the new normal. The higher salary becomes what bills are paid with. The extraordinary achievement becomes the baseline against which new achievements are measured. Researchers Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, founders of the field of behavioral economics, showed that this adaptation happens across almost every domain of life. People who become paralyzed predict permanent misery. Years later, their reported happiness is often close to what it was before. Lottery winners, after the initial excitement, return to their previous levels of well-being within months. The external circumstances change dramatically, but the inner experience changes far less. This has profound implications for how we ought to live. If lasting happiness is the goal, it suggests that chasing external markers of success, believing that the next milestone will finally deliver lasting fulfillment, is a recipe for perpetual dissatisfaction. The treadmill keeps moving. The target recedes, and the feeling we seek stays stubbornly out of reach. But it also offers a quiet liberation. If external circumstances have less power over our happiness than we think, then we have more agency than we think, more capacity to shape our well-being through attention and practice. And the quality of our daily lives, rather than waiting for life to deliver the perfect set of conditions. The research points toward several strategies for navigating this paradox. The first is variety. Hedonic adaptation happens fastest when experiences are repetitive and unchanging. Introducing variation disrupts the adaptation process. Taking different routes on walks, eating favorite foods in new combinations, approaching familiar activities with fresh attention. Small changes keep the brain noticing, keep pleasure alive. Savoring, as we touched on in the pleasure section, is another powerful counter to adaptation. Not just noticing the good, but lingering in it, extending it through attention, recalling it later with gratitude. Research shows that people who savor report higher well-being even years later, as though they have built an inner library of remembered warmth that sustains them through harder times. The second strategy is gratitude, which we explored in depth. By deliberately shifting focus from what is missing to what is present, gratitude interrupts the cycle of wanting and adaptation. It reminds us that much of what we already have was once the object of intense desire, and that it is still quietly good. The third is purpose over pleasure. Eudaimonic activities, those connected to meaning and growth and contribution, tend to produce more durable well-being than purely hedonic ones. They resist adaptation more effectively because their value is renewed through use. Helping others, learning something new, creating something genuine. These activities generate satisfaction that compounds rather than fades. There is also the practice of mental subtraction. Researchers Sonia Lyubomirsky and others have found that briefly imagining life without your current blessings activates appreciation more powerfully than simply thinking about the blessings directly. The contrast reveals what familiarity obscures, and perhaps most importantly, there is the wisdom of limits. Recognizing that wanting less can be a path to having enough. The ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus, as we noted earlier, understood this intuitively. He sought not endless acquisition, but the pleasant sufficiency of simple needs met. Modern research confirms that beyond a certain threshold of financial security, more money correlates weakly with happiness. What matters more is how the money is spent, on experiences rather than objects, on others rather than only ourselves, on time rather than status. You may be feeling this paradox now in the soft architecture of your own life. The things you once longed for that have become ordinary, the new desires rising to take their place. The quiet whisper that something more, something different, would finally make things right. But here, in this dark and restful hour, there is a different possibility. The possibility of pausing the chase, of resting with what is, of recognizing that the feeling you seek is less about getting and more about noticing, less about arriving and more about being present to the slow, ordinary miracle of being here at all. The happiness paradox is not a trap. It is a teacher. It teaches that happiness is not found. It is practiced, not in the next thing, but in this breath, this moment, this quiet and unrepeatable now. Let the wanting soften just for tonight. Let the paradox be. You are already exactly where you need to be. There are moments when time seems to dissolve, when the boundary between yourself and what you are doing softens and then disappears entirely. When there is no longer a you who is separate from an activity, but simply the activity itself, unfolding with a quiet and effortless perfection, the hands moving across strings or keys or canvas, the feet carrying the body through water or trail or court, the mind turning over a problem or a phrase or a shape until the solution emerges, clean and inevitable, as if it was always waiting to be seen. In these moments, there is no effort and no striving, no watching of the clock, no judging of performance, no sense of anything outside the perfect, unhurried now. Hours pass like minutes. The world narrows gently and completely to the precise and luminous demands of the task at hand. This is flow, and it may be the deepest, most reliable form of happiness that human beings are capable of experiencing. The concept of flow was named and explored by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, a psychologist who spent decades studying what makes life genuinely worth living. He first encountered the idea not in a laboratory, but in the real world, talking to artists and athletes and surgeons and rock climbers. People who described with striking consistency across cultures and disciplines these moments of total absorption, moments when the self seemed to vanish, and what was left was something purer, something closer to joy than almost anything else they knew. Csikszentmihalyi described flow as an optimal experience, a state in which a person's skills are perfectly matched to the challenges they face. Not too easy, which leads to boredom. Not too hard, which leads to anxiety. But just right, Goldilocks right, the challenge slightly stretching the capacity, calling forth the best that is in you without overwhelming it. He identified several core characteristics of flow states, each one describing a particular quality of experience that, taken together, paint a portrait of something almost otherworldly in its purity. There is complete concentration on the task. No room for distraction. No mental space for worry or self-consciousness or the chatter of ordinary thought. The world falls away. Everything that is not the task ceases temporarily to exist. There is a merging of action and awareness. No gap between intention and execution. No deliberation or hesitation. The doing and the knowing become one seamless movement. There is a loss of reflective self-consciousness. The internal narrator quiets. The constant self-evaluation, the inner critic, the preoccupation with how one is being perceived, all of this dissolves. There is simply doing. No doer. There is a sense of control, but it is effortless control. Not the clenched striving of forcing an outcome, but the quiet confidence of knowing that body and mind are equal to the moment, that what needs to be done will be done without drama or doubt. Time transformation occurs. Minutes stretch into hours, or hours compress into minutes. The usual tyranny of the clock disappears. Time becomes elastic, subservient to the rhythm of the activity. And above all, there is intrinsic reward. The activity is its own justification. No external goal or audience or outcome required. The experience is self-evidently worth having, worth doing, worth extending as long as possible. Flow states occur across every domain of human endeavor. The chess master, seeing the board whole, moves unfolding with inevitable logic. The dancer lost in movement, body, and music inseparable. The writer whose words arrive faster than they can be captured. Sentences forming with a clarity that feels almost received. The gardener tending plants in the golden hour. Each gesture precise and complete. Even the cook, absorbed in the alchemy of heat and texture and taste, producing something greater than the sum of its parts. What makes flow so profoundly satisfying is that it answers simultaneously several of the deepest human hungers. It satisfies the hunger for competence, the joy of doing something well. It satisfies the hunger for autonomy, the freedom of unscripted, self-directed action. It satisfies the hunger for purpose, the immersion in something that matters in the moment of doing it, and it satisfies, perhaps most deeply, the hunger to transcend the boundaries of the ordinary self, to experience a momentary liberation from the small, separate, evaluating ego that dominates so much of waking life. Neuroscientifically, flow states are remarkable. Brain imaging studies show reduced activity in the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain associated with self-referential thinking and executive control. This is sometimes called transient hypofrontality. The brain quiets its own overseer, allowing more automatic, intuitive processes to take over. The default mode network, responsible for mind wandering and self-concerned rumination, quiets dramatically. Meanwhile, other regions associated with focused attention and sensory motor control light up with unusual coherence. The result is a state of what researchers call autotelic experience, self-rewarding, self-contained, self-justifying. Flow needs no external reason to exist. It is its own reason. C6 found that people who experience flow regularly report higher life satisfaction, greater resilience, richer relationships, even better physical health. Flow seems to act as a buffer against stress, as a generator of positive emotion, as a quiet trainer of attention and skill. The more time a person spends in flow, the better their life tends to be. By almost every measure researchers can devise. But flow is not reserved for experts or prodigies. It is available to anyone willing to seek the conditions that produce it. The first condition is clear goals, knowing with specificity what the next step is. Not the ultimate outcome, but the immediate action, the next sentence, the next brush stroke, the next footfall. The second is immediate feedback, knowing moment by moment whether the action is succeeding, whether the note rang true, whether the cut was clean, whether the plant responded. This feedback closes the loop, creating a self-correcting rhythm. The third is the balance of challenge and skill, as mentioned. This is the Goldilocks zone. Too easy and boredom creeps in. Too hard and frustration or anxiety takes over. Flow lives in the seam between them. Paradoxically, one of the best ways to enter flow is through deliberate practice. The slow, patient honing of skill through repetition and refinement. Flow is not magic. It is earned. But once earned, it opens a door to experiences of such richness and immediacy that people will devote their lives to pursuing them. There is also a social dimension to flow. Group flow, the climber and belayer moving in perfect synchrony. The jazz ensemble trading solos and rhythms without a word. The surgical team anticipating each other's needs before they are voiced. These moments of collective absorption are rarer and more fragile than individual flow. But when they occur, they produce a quality of connection that borders on the transcendent. You may have tasted flow tonight in small ways, in the settling of your body into rest, in the slow synchronization of breath and heartbeat, in the gentle narrowing of awareness to the texture of this moment, this darkness, this quiet. There is a kind of flow in deep rest, not the active flow of movement and creation, but a quieter flow, the effortless surrender to the body's ancient wisdom, the letting go of effort, the dissolution of self into the uncomplicated rhythm of breathing in, breathing out. Right now, your nervous system is finding its own balance of challenge and skill. The challenge of releasing the day, the skill of simply lying still, the clear goal of rest, the immediate feedback of softening muscles, slowing pulse, deepening breaths, no striving required, no judgment, just the next breath, and the next, and the next. This too is flow, the deep happiness of losing yourself, not in effort or achievement, but in being. There is a warmth that comes from giving, not the grand, dramatic giving of a single heroic gesture, not the calculated giving that keeps a careful ledger of reciprocity, but the small, quiet giving that happens almost without thinking, the door held open a moment longer, the extra scoop of something sweet offered without being asked. The listening ear extended when a conversation turns deeper than planned. The simple, unadvertised choice to be kind. This warmth is real, it is measurable, and it turns out to be one of the most reliable paths to happiness that researchers have ever identified. The science of kindness reveals something counterintuitive and deeply beautiful about human nature. Helping others does not just make them feel good, it makes us feel good, often more than it makes them feel good, and not in a fleeting or superficial way, but in a way that builds quietly over time, like the steady accumulation of something precious and true. One of the foundational studies on this came from a researcher named Elizabeth Dunn in 2008. She and her colleagues gave small sums of money to participants and divided them into two groups. One group was instructed to spend the money on themselves. The other was instructed to spend it on someone else. At the end of the day, they asked everyone how happy they felt. The result was clear and striking. People who spent on others reported significantly higher levels of happiness than those who spent on themselves. The amount did not matter. Whether it was $5 or $20, the act of giving produced more well-being than the act of getting. This finding has been replicated across dozens of studies in different cultures with different kinds of giving. Donating to charity, buying a coffee for a stranger, helping a neighbor with a task, spending time volunteering, leaving an unexpectedly generous tip. In every case, the pattern holds. Giving activates reward circuits in the brain more reliably than receiving. It releases endorphins, boosts serotonin, even lowers blood pressure, and improves immune function over time. Why does this happen? Neuroscientists have a fairly clear picture. When we act with kindness, several things occur simultaneously in the brain. The ventral striatum, a key reward center, lights up with activity similar to what happens when we receive something pleasant ourselves. Oxytocin, the bonding hormone we explored earlier, surges, creating feelings of connection and trust. Dopamine reinforces the behavior, making us want to repeat it, and the prefrontal cortex, responsible for planning and social cognition, integrates the experience into a larger sense of meaning and purpose. The body knows this too. Studies measuring physiological markers show that acts of kindness produce coherent heart rhythms, reduced inflammation, and a calm, regulated nervous system state. Kindness is not just emotionally nourishing, it is physically restorative. But kindness does more than produce immediate feel-good chemicals. It reshapes habits and relationships in lasting ways. Researchers have found that people who perform regular acts of kindness report higher relationship satisfaction, greater life satisfaction, and even better physical health years later. Kindness begets kindness. It creates a positive feedback loop where small acts accumulate into a warmer, more generous orientation toward the world. One particularly elegant study asked participants to perform 5 acts of kindness in a single day, then compared their well-being to a control group. The results showed immediate and substantial increases in happiness that persisted for weeks. The key seemed to be the concentration of giving. Doing multiple acts in one day created a kind of kindness momentum, a temporary rewiring of attention toward the good that could be done, rather than the good that could be gotten. Generosity also disrupts the happiness paradox we explored earlier. While material pleasures adapt quickly, the joy of giving resists hedonic adaptation. Each act is unique, each recipient different, each context new. The brain stays engaged, stays rewarded, without the diminishing returns that plague consumption. There is also a cognitive dimension to kindness. It shifts perspective. When we help someone, we step outside our own concerns. However briefly, we enter another person's world, see their needs, feel their relief. This perspective taking reduces self-focused rumination, quiets the inner critic, and fosters a sense of competence and agency. We become, through giving, momentarily larger than our ordinary worries. Michael Norton, a business professor who has studied spending patterns extensively, found that asking people how much they spend on others versus themselves predicts their happiness more accurately than their total income. Wealthy people who spend primarily on themselves are no happier than poor people who spend primarily on themselves. But wealthy people who spend generously on others are significantly happier than everyone else. Giving scales with impact, not with cost. This connects to what researchers call prosocial spending. Money spent to benefit others produces more happiness than money spent on personal indulgences. Experiences shared with others amplify the effect further. A meal bought for a friend, tickets to an event shared with family, gifts that create connection rather than merely acquiring objects. Kindness also builds social capital. The small acts create trust, reciprocity, and community. In one study, neighborhoods that performed more collective acts of kindness showed higher levels of social cohesion and individual well-being. Kindness knits the social fabric, and we all benefit from living in a warmer, more reliable world. There is a darker side to consider, though modern research has largely debunked it. The idea that givers get taken advantage of, that generosity is exploited by takers. While there are certainly selfish people, studies show that genuine givers tend to attract other givers over time. They build networks of mutual support. And even when generosity is not reciprocated, the internal benefits remain. The well-being boost from giving happens regardless of the recipient's response. Adam Grant, in his research on workplace dynamics, identified 3 reciprocity styles: givers, takers, and matchers. Givers start by giving more than they get. Takers try to get more than they give. Matchers balance the scales. Surprisingly, givers end up at the top and bottom of success distributions. The bottom are the selfless doormats. The top are the successful givers who give strategically, set boundaries, and build genuine relationships rather than one-way transactions. The lesson is clear. Kindness thrives with discernment. It is not about exhausting yourself. It is about aligning giving with capacity and values. Small, sustainable acts compound into profound effects. Cultures around the world have long known this. The Japanese concept of amo nashi, selfless hospitality. The Hawaiian ha'aponopono, making right through generosity of spirit. The Scandinavian lagom, balanced giving for communal good. These traditions embed kindness into social norms, producing societies with exceptionally high well-being. You might feel this warmth stirring now in the quiet of this hour, a memory of giving that landed softly, perfectly, or a gentle impulse toward tomorrow, some small way to extend what you have received tonight. Let it rest there. Let it be a seed. Kindness is not something you do despite tiredness. It is something that restores you through the doing. A quiet alchemy that turns your own limited resources into something boundless. The joy of giving is the joy of being human, of touching, however briefly, the deep current of connection that runs beneath all things. You are already kind enough. You always were. There is a vastness waiting for you. Not far away, perhaps. Maybe just beyond the nearest window, or down the block, or at the edge of the closest patch of green. A tree standing patient in the wind, its branches tracing slow patterns against the sky, water moving over stone in some nearby stream, wearing the rock smooth over centuries without hurry. Sky opening wide above the rooftops, vast and indifferent and endlessly patient, cloud shadows drifting lazy across a field, their edges soft and ever-changing. The world, in its quiet way, always offering something larger than itself, something that holds all the small human dramas without effort or comment. This vastness has a particular effect on the human mind. It quiets it. It softens the boundaries of the small, busy self that spends so much time turning in tight circles around its own concerns. It draws attention upward and outward, away from the petty textures of daily life, into something older and slower and more enduring. Something that makes the ordinary dramas of a single human existence feel, for a moment, both precious and wonderfully insignificant. This is awe, and it is one of the most underappreciated, most reliably transporting pathways to happiness that science has ever identified. Awe is a complex emotion, blending elements of surprise and vastness with a particular kind of mental stretching. Researchers Dasher Keltner and Jonathan Haidt, who laid much of the modern groundwork for awe research in the early 2000s, describe it as the feeling of being in the presence of something immense, something much larger than the self in space, time, power, or number that rearranges gently but insistently the way you see yourself and your place in the world. It rearranges without force. It simply asks the mind to make room for something new, something that does not quite fit the old categories. Awe is triggered by encounters with natural beauty. Certainly, a mountain range stretching to the horizon, the slow crash of ocean waves, the quiet immensity of a starry desert sky, but also by art that stops you in your tracks, music that swells beyond words, moral acts of profound kindness or courage witnessed from afar, or even other humans at their finest. A leader speaking truth to power, a stranger risking everything for a child. What all these share is vastness, and the quiet, inevitable need for accommodation. One of the most compelling and beautifully simple studies on awe came from researchers at the University of California, Berkeley, in 2015. They asked participants to spend just 1 minute each day for 1 week standing and gazing up at a tall eucalyptus tree on campus. A control group looked at a short brick building of comparable width. That's all. No instructions to feel anything particular. No guided meditation. Just look. Afterward, the awe group, those who spent their minutes with the tree, reported significantly greater daily well-being, higher life satisfaction, and a stronger sense of connection to other people. They also showed fewer pro-inflammatory cytokines in their blood, biological markers of stress and chronic illness. A single minute a day looking at a tree produced measurable shifts in both mind and body. The vastness of the tree, its height, its age, its quiet presence had done something real. Nature is awe's most reliable and accessible trigger. Evolutionary psychologists believe this connection runs very deep in our wiring. Humans spent 99% of their species' history living close to wild landscapes, forests, savannas, coasts, mountains. Our perceptual systems, our emotions, even our stress responses are tuned to their patterns, their fractal geometries, their colors, their sounds, their smells. The Japanese practice of Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing, has been studied extensively over decades. 30-minute walks in nature reduce rumination by up to 50% compared to urban walks. They lower cortisol levels, the primary stress hormone. They restore depleted attention more effectively than any known intervention. They boost natural killer cell activity, the immune system's frontline defenders against viruses and cancer. Trees themselves release phytoncides, organic compounds that drift through the air like an invisible mist. When humans breathe them in, blood pressure drops, heart rate variability improves, a marker of nervous system resilience. Mood lifts. Even hospital patients with a view of trees heal faster and need fewer painkillers than those facing brick walls. The body recognizes nature as home, as medicine, but awe arises from beauty in all its forms, at all scales. A desert sunset bleeding pink and gold across miles of sand. The slow, hypnotic unfurling of a fern frond in spring dampness, stars emerging one by one in a clearing far from city lights, until the Milky Way pours itself across the dome of night. Waves folding into themselves on an empty beach, each one perfect and doomed and utterly complete. Even small-scale nature close at hand. A backyard bird feeder alive with motion. A potted plant turning its leaves toward morning light. The fractal veins of a single leaf held up to the sun can evoke the same quiet, cellular wonder. The neuroscience of awe reveals why it feels so profoundly good and why its effects linger. Functional MRI studies show that awe reliably deactivates the default mode network, busy brain circuit responsible for self-referential storytelling, mind wandering, and the constant hum of egoic concerns. The chattering narrator falls silent. Simultaneously, awe activates reward centers like the ventral striatum, alongside prosocial networks that foster empathy and connection. The result is a feeling of being simultaneously small and connected, your individual self diminished, but your sense of belonging to something larger expanded. The tyranny of the small self lifts, if only for a while. Awe also disrupts the happiness paradox we explored earlier in ways few other experiences can. Unlike hedonic pleasures that fade through adaptation, awe resists habituation. Each tree is different in the light, each sky unrepeatable, each encounter fresh with its own particular vastness, and the benefits compound over time. People who experience awe regularly through nature, art, music, or moral elevation report stronger immune function, lower chronic stress, better relationships, even slower biological aging measured by telomere length. Paul Piff's research at UC Irvine adds another layer. He found that awe increases generosity and ethical behavior in remarkably consistent ways. Participants induced into awe states through awe-inspiring nature videos donated 50% more in subsequent economic gains than control groups. Awe reliably softens self-centeredness, fostering what researchers call self-transcendent emotions, emotions that expand the circle of moral care beyond the self to family, community, humanity, and life itself. You feel smaller, yes, but also safer, more embedded, less alone. This connects to what Abraham Maslow described as peak experiences, and what some contemplative traditions call oceanic feelings or non-dual awareness, moments when the boundaries of self dissolve into a felt sense of unity. Modern researchers link these to the temporary quieting of the small self, the narrative ego that dominates ordinary waking life, revealing the larger self beneath, the self that was never truly separate. Cultures across the world have long known this, building awe into their rituals and worldviews. Indigenous traditions revere land as sacred kin. Every mountain, river, and animal a relative deserving respect and reciprocity. Japanese Shinto sees kami, vital spirits, inhabiting trees, rocks, waterfalls. The romantic poets like Wordsworth found the divine in nature's quiet grandeur. Nature never did betray the heart that loved her. Even modern biophilia hypothesis, proposed by E.O. Wilson, suggests we're genetically programmed to seek these connections, that our well-being depends on regular doses of green and wild. Practical research offers simple ways to invite more awe into ordinary life. The UC Berkeley study with the eucalyptus tree shows that just 1 minute matters. Gaze up at something tall and alive. Lie on your back and watch clouds dissolve. Visit the same natural place weekly and note its changes. Seek fractals, the repeating patterns in broccoli romanesco, river deltas from above, fern spirals. Listen to music that swells beyond words. Witness kindness in strangers. Each provides an entry point. You might feel it stirring now in this dark room. The faint glow of streetlight filtering through curtains, painting soft edges on the walls, the distant hush of wind through unseen leaves, or the low murmur of traffic like a river far below. The steady, unearned miracle of your own breathing body. 93 billion light years of cosmic expansion distilled into this warm inhale. This slow exhale. Let your attention drift outward just a little to the immense backdrop holding this small moment. The room itself, a fragile artifact on a breathing planet, wheeling through space at 67,000 miles per hour around an ordinary star in an ordinary galaxy among 200 billion others. Your worries, your plans, your ordinary burdens, they belong here in this vastness, but they do not define it, nor you. You are a brief, beautiful spark in something endless, a note in a symphony vaster than hearing. Awe asks nothing of you. It offers everything. Breathe with the vastness. Rest in it. Let it hold you as it always has. Section 15. Sleep, movement, and the body's quiet role in joy. Expanded, your body knows happiness. Not the loud happiness of achievement or celebration. Not the bright, fleeting happiness of pleasure or surprise, but a quieter happiness. A deep, cellular happiness that hums along beneath the surface of awareness, steady and unasked for, doing its work whether you notice it or not. It lives in the slow rhythm of breath moving through your lungs, in the gentle repair of rest as muscles soften and mend, in the warm circulation of blood carrying oxygen to every distant corner, in the 1,000 small miracles of maintenance that make every moment of your life possible, moment after quiet moment. This is the body's happiness, and it turns out to be far more central to well-being than most people ever realize, far more foundational than the mental landscapes we have wandered through tonight. We have spent hours together exploring the mind's vast territories, genetics and brain chemistry, pleasure and meaning, gratitude and awe, connection and flow. But now, in these tender middle hours of our journey, we come home to the body, to sleep and movement, and the simple, faithful machinery of being alive. Because none of those beautiful mental and emotional practices can take root or flourish without this physical foundation, without a body that is rested, nourished, resilient, and strong enough to carry the whole enterprise of living well. Let us begin with sleep, because it is where you are headed tonight, sliding toward it even now as these words drift past, and because it is perhaps the most undervalued, most misunderstood pillar of human happiness. Sleep is not a luxury. It is not a mere pause between days, a wasteful intermission in the serious business of living. Sleep is living at its most essential and profound. Every night, as your conscious mind winds down and the world outside grows still, your body launches into a quiet, intricate symphony of restoration that would take your breath away if you could witness it. Growth hormone floods the system during deep sleep, repairing tissues, building muscle, strengthening bones. The brain's glymphatic system the recently discovered waste clearance pathway activates only during sleep, flushing out toxins that accumulate during waking hours. Beta amyloid proteins linked to Alzheimer's disease, fragments of dead neurons, metabolic waste from a long day of thinking and feeling, all of it washes away like sediment in a slow, cleansing current. Memories consolidate in the hippocampus, moving from short-term storage to long-term integration. Emotional centers in the amygdala and prefrontal cortex reset, processing the day's events into something manageable, something survivable. Immune function strengthens as T cells and natural killer cells multiply. Even your skin repairs itself, small wounds closing under night's gentle care. Researchers like Matthew Walker, who has devoted decades to sleep science at UC Berkeley, have shown with devastating clarity that sleep deprivation is one of the most reliable happiness killers in modern life. Just one night of poor sleep, 5 or 6 hours, instead of 7 to 9, increases anxiety by 30% the next day. It reduces positive emotion. It impairs emotional regulation, making small frustrations feel catastrophic. Chronic sleep loss correlates with depression rates double the general population, with irritability that erodes relationships, with cognitive decline that mimics early dementia, with weight gain as hunger hormones, ghrelin and leptin, go haywire. The body, deprived of rest, turns inward on itself, amplifying threat signals from the amygdala, quieting reward pathways in the nucleus accumbens, eroding prefrontal resilience. Conversely, good sleep amplifies everything good in predictable, cascading ways. People who consistently get 7 to 9 hours report 20 minutes, 30% higher life satisfaction across every measure. They experience more daily positive emotion. They handle stress with greater calm. Relationships improve as patience grows. Productivity rises without burnout. Pain tolerance increases. Creativity flourishes as the brain connects distant ideas during REM dreaming. Even moral decision-making sharpens. Sleep-deprived people choose selfish options 60% more often. The architecture of sleep matters deeply. Those 90-minute cycles, light sleep for transition, deep, slow wave sleep for physical restoration, REM for emotional processing, and vivid dreaming, each serve distinct purposes. Waking 2 early fragments deep sleep. Snoozing disrupts the cycle. Blue light from screens suppresses melatonin by up to 23%, tricking the suprachiasmatic nucleus into thinking it's still daytime. Caffeine has a 6 to 8 hour half-life, lingering like an unwelcome guest. Alcohol fragments REM, leaving emotional processing incomplete. Late meals spike insulin, delaying sleep onset, but the body responds beautifully to simple stewardship. Morning sunlight within an hour of waking sets the circadian clock via retinal ganglion cells. Cool, dark, quiet rooms between 6 to minus 67 degrees F mimic cave conditions our ancestors evolved in. No screens an hour before bed preserves the pre-sleep melatonin surge. Wind down rituals, dim lights, warm herbal tea, gentle stretching. 3 gratitudes from our earlier practice signal safety to the autonomic nervous system, easing the parasympathetic shift from sympathetic alertness. There is a meditative quality to good sleep hygiene, a gentle rhythm that becomes its own small happiness. The evening handoff from day to night, the body learning night after night that rest is safe, that repair is underway, that tomorrow waits without impatience. Movement comes next, sleep's perfect partner in this quiet dance of well-being. The body was designed to move not frantically, not obsessively, but regularly, naturally, with pleasure and rhythm and ease. Our ancestors walked 10,000 minus 15,000 steps daily, just gathering food, water, wood. They lifted children, carried baskets, climbed trees for fruit, ran short bursts from predators, danced around fires under starlit skies. Modern life sits us still for 10 minutes 12 hours, a day in cars, desks, couches, undoing millennia of evolutionary calibration. Exercise is the most reliable antidepressant ever discovered, bar none. A landmark Cochrane collaboration meta-analysis of 23 trials found aerobic exercise as effective as cognitive behavioral therapy, or SSRIs, for mild to moderate depression, with fewer side effects and benefits persisting post-treatment. It boosts BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, the miracle-grow protein that stimulates neurogenesis in the hippocampus, strengthens synaptic connections, protects against stress-induced atrophy. It floods the system with endorphins, serotonin, dopamine, even GABA for deep calm. A single 30-minute walk reduces cortisol by 15% and increases hippocampal volume over months. Regular aerobic exercise cuts clinical anxiety risk by 25%, per Harvard's Nurses' Health Study, tracking 50,000 women. But movement's gifts cascade deeper still. It entrains circadian rhythms, deepening sleep architecture. It builds mitochondrial density in every cell, the energy factories powering joy and endurance. It lowers systemic inflammation, that silent driver of depression, heart disease, cognitive fog, by 30% with consistent practice. It increases vagal tone, the brake on fight or flight, fostering ventral vagal safety. Even gardening, slow dancing, or walking the dog qualifies. Intensity yields to consistency. 20 minutes daily compounds into measurable brain changes within 8 weeks. Mindful movement like yoga and Tai Chi weave breath awareness into motion, multiplying benefits. A meta-analysis of 47 studies showed yoga reduces PTSD symptoms by 40%, improves mood via GABA boosts, enhances emotional regulation through prefrontal amygdala rewiring. Tai Chi's slow, flowing forms lower fall risk by 50% in elders, while cutting depression scores. The deliberate poses release fascial tension, signal safety to the vagus nerve, activate parasympathetic rest and digest. Nutrition anchors it all, the body's quiet daily fuel. Whole foods, colorful vegetables, bursting with phytoncides and flavonoids, healthy fats from avocados and nuts, feeding myelin sheaths, lean proteins, rebuilding neurotransmitters, complex carbs, stabilizing blood sugar, create stable mood chemistry, omega-3s from wild salmon or flaxseed reduce inflammation 20% and lift depression scores. Fermented foods like kimchi and kefir nurture the gut microbiome, 90% of whose serotonin production influences brain via the vagus. Processed sugar spikes crash dopamine and mood. Dehydration shrinks neurons 2% per day missed. A nourished body moves lighter, thinks clearer, feels more capable of joy. The body-mind highway runs both directions. Amy Cuddy's power poses boost testosterone 20%, cortisol 25% down in minutes. Slouchers report 15% lower energy. Upright posture alone lifts mood. Breathwork shifts autonomic states. 4 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 breathing. Inhale 4. Hold 7. Exhale 8. Calms instantly via vagal stimulation. Cold showers activate brown adipose tissue and norepinephrine for resilience. Sauna heat mimics exercise, releasing heat shock proteins that repair cellular damage. Chronic stress reveals the stakes. The HPA axis floods cortisol, shrinking hippocampus volume 20% over months, expanding amygdala reactivity, eroding prefrontal executive function, trapped in sympathetic dominance. The body cannot rest, digest, repair, connect, or feel joy. Happiness lives in ventral vagal territory, social engagement, calm curiosity, restoration, sleep, movement, breath escort you there. You feel it unfolding now in this softening room. Limbs growing heavy, deliciously so. Breath deepening without command, diaphragm easing down, heartbeat slowing to nighttime cadence. 50 minutes, 60 beats per minute. This is your body, faithful instrument, doing what it evolved to do across 4 billion years. Tending, restoring, preparing you for dawn's return. No perfection asked, no heroic effort required, just simple fidelity. Clean air nourishment sustaining cells, movement keeping channels open, rest sealing the work. Give the body these small trusts, and it returns everything. Clarity to meet the day, energy without exhaustion, resilience through inevitable storms. The quiet, sturdy platform from which all mental happiness can rise, steady and true. Tonight, it carries you perfectly toward sleep, tuned across eons, equipped beyond measure. Trust its knowing. Let go completely. Let it work its ancient alchemy while you drift. Happiness wears many faces around our shared world. It speaks countless languages, dances to rhythms as diverse as the landscapes that birth them, finds its quiet home in sunlit villages and mountain monasteries alike. What one culture names joy, another calls harmony, resilience, or the steady warmth of enough. And yet, woven beneath these rich and varied expressions, like a deep river flowing unseen through every human society, there are universal patterns, timeless threads of connection, gratitude, purpose, and wonder that appear again and again. No matter the soil they grow from, as if the human heart itself recognizes something eternally familiar in them all. Tonight, as our long journey through the science of happiness draws toward its gentle close, we step beyond the crisp laboratories and surveys of the West. We wander into the wider, breathing world. We sit with the quiet wisdom of other ways of living well, not to measure or rank them, not to declare one path superior, but simply to notice, to rest in the profound beauty of how many roads lead to the same soft destination, to let these distant voices remind us that joy is not a private invention, but a shared inheritance. For decades, researchers have mapped this global territory with patience and care. The World Happiness Report, published annually since 2012 by the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, under the guidance of researchers like John Helliwell and Richard Layard, gathers responses from millions across more than 150 countries. It poses one deceptively simple question. On a scale from 0 to 10, how happy would you say you are with your life? as a whole. The answers, year after year, reveal patterns that both surprise the mind and reassure the heart. Finland has topped the rankings for nearly a decade now, followed closely by Denmark, Iceland, and Norway, the Nordic cluster. These are lands of endless winter nights and fleeting summer light, of silent pine forests and deep blue fjords cutting into ancient rock. Their happiness arises not from endless wealth alone, though they possess it in abundance, nor from balmy climates, which they largely lack. Instead, it flows from cultures of profound trust, from social safety nets that cradle every citizen, generous parental leave, where mothers and fathers share newborn months equally, universal health care that removes the terror of illness, low corruption allowing faith in institutions. The Danes speak of hygge, that untranslatable glow of cozy togetherness. Candles flickering on wooden tables during long evenings, wool blankets drawn close, shared meals lingering without hurry or agenda. The quiet pleasure of knowing your people have your back, always. Yet, happiness belongs not to wealth or perfection. Costa Rica, with its modest GDP per capita, consistently ranks among the world's happiest nations. Ticos live by pura vida, pure life, a philosophy of savoring the moment over chasing accumulation. They walk everywhere, their mountain air thick with bird song and orchid scent. Family gatherings stretch through afternoons, laughter spilling into streets. Low inequality and strong community bonds turn ordinary days into quiet celebrations. Their life expectancy rivals that of richer nations, proof that joy compounds when shared generously. Latin America offers its own vibrant lessons. Mexico and Colombia, despite economic pressures and histories of hardship, score remarkably high. Here, family is sacred geometry. Grandparents, cousins, neighbors woven into daily life like threads in a bright serape. Festivals fill plazas with marigold colors, mariachi horns, and the collective release of dance. Faith, both religious and cultural, transforms struggle into story rather than silent defeat. Mexicans cherish sobremesa, unhurried art of lingering at table after a meal. Plates cleared, but conversation flowing like good wine, binding hearts across generations. High in the eastern Himalayas, Bhutan measures gross national happiness rather than gross domestic product, a national policy since the 1970s under King Jigme Singh Wangchuck. Their 4 pillars guide every decision: sustainable development without despoiling sacred mountains, preservation of ancient Buddhist culture through festivals and monasteries, environmental conservation, where 72% of land remains forested, good governance rooted in compassionate leadership. Even remote farmers report profound life satisfaction, drawing joy from enoughness rather than excess, from the slow cycles of rice fields and prayer flags fluttering in high winds. Japan reveals a subtler happiness despite lower rankings on momentary positive emotion. Western surveys capture their restraint poorly. Japanese score high on long-term life satisfaction through ikigai, a reason for being that interlaces work, family, community, and personal passions. Okinawans, the world's longest-lived people, credit ikigai alongside moe, lifelong friend circles, providing emotional and financial moats against life's storms. Their plant-rich diet of sweet potatoes, seaweed, and tofu, daily movement through gardening and walking, tenacious social ties create well-being as steady as Mount Fuji. Sub-Saharan Africa faces structural challenges: poverty, instability, disease. But Ubuntu rises radiant. I am because we are. South Africa's Desmond Tutu described it as the essence of humanity toward others, where individual joy emerges from communal harmony. In Tanzania, Swahili furaha means joy through generous sharing, resisting Western individualism. Village dances under baobab trees knit people closer than any survey can measure. Indigenous wisdom spans the globe like ancient songlines. New Zealand's Maori emphasize Wakapapa, genealogies binding past, present, future, and Kaishiakatanga, guardianship of land as family. Lakota Mitakui Oyasin, all my relations, extends happiness to every creature, river, star. Australian Aboriginal traditions find joy in songlines, walking country, while singing creation stories into being, land, and spirit inseparable. Confucian East Asia cultivates harmony. Chinese He, the balanced flow of yin and yang in relationships. Korean Jeong, deep affection born from shared hardship. Happiness flows from fulfilling roles. Filial piety toward elders. Communal effort in work. Korean Nunchai, the intuitive reading of social air without a word, builds invisible bridges of understanding. Islamic cultures weave joy through shukr, heartfelt gratitude to Allah and Baraka, blessings that multiply through generosity. Ramadan's dawn to dusk fast builds empathy, culminating in iftar feasts where tables groan under dates, soups, sweets shared with neighbors, strangers becoming kin. Patterns emerge across oceans. Relationships reign supreme. Every top-ranked nation boasts strong social support. Purpose through service or contribution outshines solitary pleasure. Gratitude, often spiritual, anchors daily life. Nature's embrace heals everywhere from fjords to jungles. Moderation tempers desire. Ritualized small joys, tea ceremonies, market chatter, evening prayers compound into deep satisfaction. Western positive psychology circles back to these truths. Seligman's PERMA echoes Ubuntu's relational heart. Flow states mirror Ikigai's quiet absorption. Gratitude practices revive Shukr's ancient rhythm. Awe in nature rediscovers indigenous kinship. The happiest cultures balance individual flourishing with collective good. They cultivate trust. High trust societies like Finland report 20 minutes, 30% higher well-being. Corruption's shadow absent. They embrace imperfection. Japanese wabi-sabi celebrates the flawed teacup, transient cherry blossoms. They ritualize joy through festivals, shared meals, rites of passage that etch happiness into memory. Immigrants carry these home. Finnish expats recreate saunas. Costa Ricans plant gardens. Lessons travel like seeds on wind. You carry these threads in your own quiet way. Hygge in this warm blanket against night's chill. Pura vida in this slow, perfect breath. Ikigai waiting in tomorrow's small purpose. Ubuntu in kindnesses remembered, given, received. Happiness has circled the globe since first campfires flickered. No single culture owns it. Everyone contributes its verse. Rest knowing joy already speaks your language, has always whispered it softly. In every land, under every sky. Your happiness has a quiet anchor, not something you can see or touch or measure with perfect precision, but they are all the same. A gentle center of gravity deep in the landscape of your being that your emotions circle around, rising high with good fortune, dipping low with difficulty or loss, but always slowly, persistently, almost invisibly finding their way back. Win the lottery, and joy surges like a sudden sunrise. Suffer a heartbreak or a failure, and shadows gather thick and heavy. But give it time, months for some, a year for others, sometimes mere weeks, and the inner weather settles once more, back toward that same familiar baseline, back toward what researchers, after decades of careful study, have come to call your happiness set point. This is one of the most elegant, humbling, and quietly liberating discoveries in all of happiness science. It explains so much about why the chase for happiness often feels like running on an endless treadmill. And it offers, beneath its sober realism, a profound invitation to live differently. The concept first emerged clearly from twin studies in the 1990s, building on the genetic insights we touched upon much earlier in our journey tonight. Researchers David Licken and Mark Telegen pored over data from the Minnesota Twin Registry, a remarkable collection of identical twins raised apart, people whose lives had diverged dramatically in every imaginable way. Different countries, different incomes, different families, different traumas and triumphs. Yet, when asked to rate their happiness, their scores clustered remarkably close together, often within a point or two on a 10-point scale. Genes, they concluded, account for roughly 50% of the variation in happiness between people. Not upbringing, not career success, not even major life events like marriage or divorce. Biology sets the baseline, and most of us spend our lives orbiting patiently around it. Your set point is like the temperature a room naturally gravitates toward. No matter how wide you fling the windows or how high you crank the heat, it is shaped by intricate genetic machinery, particular variants in serotonin transporters like the 5-HTTLPR gene with its long and short alleles, dopamine receptor sensitivity in the D2 and D4 genes, even polymorphisms in the oxytocin receptor that influence bonding and trust. People with certain profiles drift toward naturally higher baselines, buoyant even in ordinary times. Others toward lower ones, requiring more deliberate tending to rise. But for everyone, the pull back to center is strong and reliable. This pull is hedonic adaptation, the brain's extraordinary, evolutionarily ancient capacity to normalize almost anything life throws at it. It protected our ancestors from permanent despair after the death of a child or the destruction of a harvest, allowing the tribe to endure. But in modern abundance, it mutes joy after gain with equal efficiency. The bigger house becomes the new ordinary backdrop for family dinners. The promotion funds the creeping lifestyle inflation. No richer in felt warmth. The dream vacation's glow fades into a stack of photos, the memory pleasant, but no longer electric. Researchers call it the hedonic treadmill, or sometimes the hedonic wheel, a cycle where we run faster and faster just to stay in emotional place, chasing the same level of well-being that was there before the chase began. Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, founders of behavioral economics and Nobel laureates, illuminated this with devastating clarity in the 1970s and beyond. They distinguished the experiencing self, how life feels moment to moment, from the remembering self, how we reconstruct it later. A painful medical procedure feels endless while happening, but fades quickly in memory if it ends on a mild note. The Peekend rule: a pleasant vacation's daily joys matter less than its final impression. We chase memories of happiness, not the thing itself, leading to systematic miswanting. This explains why external pursuits so often disappoint over time. Brickman and Campbell's seminal 1971 study compared lottery winners, paraplegics, and controls 1 year post-event. Winners were no happier than before, and no happier than non-winners. Paraplegics grieved deeply at first, but adapted upward, often reporting life satisfaction close to their pre-accident levels. Circumstances perturb the set point dramatically in the short term, but rarely reset it long term. Marriage boosts happiness for 2 years, then baselines reassert. Divorce dips it for 3, then recovery. Even widowhood's pain softens over time. The good news, the genuinely revolutionary news, is that the set point is not a life sentence carved in stone. It drifts, slowly, deliberately, through intentional practice and sustained habits. Sonia Lyubomirsky's landmark research pie charts happiness as 50% genetics, 10% circumstances, income, weather, status, and a full 40% intentional activity. That 40% is yours to shape, not through willpower alone, which fatigues like any muscle, but through systems that outlast motivation. Lyubomirsky's How of Happiness distills decades of intervention studies into a sustainable framework. Sustainable change demands variety to evade adaptation. Practicing gratitude weekly sustains gains better than daily, where it risks becoming rote. Rotate practices. Savor sensory joys on Mondays. A warm shower's steam, fresh bread's scent. Relational gifts on Wednesdays. A friend's timely call. Personal strengths on Fridays. Your patience in traffic. The brain stays freshly rewarded, dopamine flowing without diminishing returns. Mindset shifts move the set point most enduringly. Carol Dweck's growth mindset believing abilities develop through effort rather than fixed traits builds resilience. Cutting depression risk by 20–30% in longitudinal studies. Martin Seligman's learned optimism rewires explanatory style. Pessimists attribute failure to permanent, pervasive, personal causes. I'm stupid forever. Optimists to temporary, specific, external ones. I was tired today. Optimists live 10 minutes, 15% longer. Per meta-analyses of health data, their immune systems stay robust, hearts resilient. Proactive coping raises baselines too. Anticipating stressors builds buffers. 3 months emergency savings. Weekly friend check-ins. Skill building in weak areas. Not denial, but preparation. Financial psychologist Brad Klontz finds money scripts, limiting beliefs like rich people are greedy, predict 40% of financial stress. Reframing them lifts well-being 25%. Genetics sets the starting line. Adaptation pulls relentlessly to center, but practice stretches the range upward. Flow states, as we explored, create positive extremes that linger. Gratitude anchors peaks longer. Mindfulness slows the return to baseline, letting joy breathe. Kindness habits compound through reciprocity. Your giving inspires others, creating warmer social orbits. The Nun Study offers poignant proof. David Snowden analyzed 180 nuns' pre-convent diaries. Positive emotion, cheerful words, exclamation points, smiles in descriptions, predicted 10 extra years of life despite identical genetics. Diet, lifestyle. Upbeat nuns at 85 had Alzheimer-free autopsied brains. Framing Prince biology. Your body participates intimately. Sleep preserves emotional range, deprivation flattens, effect 30%, amplifying negatives, exercise via BDNF neurogenesis, lifts baseline 15 minutes 20%. Social connection via chronic oxytocin buffers dips 25%. Even posture, 2 minutes of upright power, posing boosts testosterone 20%, drops cortisol 25%. Per Amy Cuddy. The set point whispers a profound invitation hidden in its ordinariness. Stop outsourcing happiness to circumstances beyond your reach, promotions, partners, perfect weather. Cultivate conditions within. Your inner weather is not fully controlled, but meaningfully influenced, not fixed forever, but gently flexible through faithful repetition. You feel its steady pull now, perhaps, beneath this night's passing textures. This moment's particular flavor, not better or worse than yesterday's, but yours alone, breath rising soft, falling complete, body settling deeper, mind quieting into the familiar middle. No treadmill needed tonight. No frantic chase for brighter emotional weather. Rest at center. Let adaptation weave its patient work through muscle and neuron. What rises tomorrow depends less on events themselves than on the quiet practices framing how you meet them. The 3 good things noted at dusk, the walk taken despite gray skies, the kind word offered without expectation. You are already equipped with everything essential, already orbiting that inner home, closer than you think. Happiness builds itself one breath at a time, not through sweeping New Year's resolutions that flare bright and fade by February, not through waiting for the perfect circumstances to align like stars, the dream job, the soulmate, the financial windfall that will finally unlock joy, but through the quiet, persistent power of small, repeated actions. Habits so gentle they barely register in the moment, like the soft click of a door latching, or the faint scent of rain moving through an open window, yet so faithful in their repetition that they reshape the architecture of a life over months and years, brick by unhurried brick, into something solid, resilient, and true. This is the final and most practical truth of happiness science, the one that slips into your pocket and travels with you into tomorrow's ordinary hours, the one that asks not for perfection or willpower marathons, but for patience, consistency, and a willingness to begin where you stand. Stanford researcher B.J. Fogg has mapped the neuroscience of habit formation with the precision of a cartographer charting unknown lands. Deep in the brain's basal ganglia, that ancient cluster of cells older than conscious thought, repeated behaviors automate into unconscious routines, bypassing the prefrontal cortex's fragile gatekeeper of willpower. Tiny habits, those under 2 minutes long, slip past resistance entirely. After brushing teeth, notice one good thing from the day. After pouring coffee, take 10 deep breaths. The brain links the new behavior to an existing cue, dopamine, rewarding the simplicity like a warm hand on the shoulder. Over 21 days, neural pathways thicken. By 66 days, per University College London research, what felt effortful becomes as automatic as tying your shoes. James Clear's Atomic Habits framework, drawn from decades of behavioral science, distills this into 4 unbreakable laws. Make it obvious. Place running shoes by the door. Attractive bundle with a favorite podcast. Easy 2-minute version. Just lace up. Satisfying track streaks in a simple journal. A study of 96 behaviors across populations found habit strength triples when all 4 align. The Japanese philosophy of Kaizen, continuous small improvement, breathes through this. A writer aiming for 2,000 words daily starts with 50. Pen to paper for 60 seconds. A runner targeting marathons begins with 1 block around the house, feeling the air move past. Momentum, not might, moves mountains. Compound 1% daily improvement. And Clear calculates 37 times better by year's end. Gratitude, that faithful companion from our earlier section, proves this compounding power beautifully. Weekly 3 good things. Practice outperforms daily attempts too frequent. And hedonic adaptation dulls the novelty, turning gold to routine dust. Sonia Lyubomirsky's randomized trials show variety sustains gains longest. Monday savor sensory joys. Warm shower steam curling like mist. Fresh bread's yeasty scent rising. Tuesday relational kindnesses. A friend's perfectly timed call through traffic. Wednesday, personal strengths. Your patience holding steady in line. Rotate weekly to keep the brain freshly rewarded, dopamine flowing without diminishing returns. 6 weeks in, participants report 25% higher life satisfaction. Effects lingering months later. Movement habits follow the same gentle blueprint. Forget gym marathons that intimidate and expire. Embrace exercise snacks. 2-minute stretches hourly at your desk. Post-meal walks, tracing the block's familiar cracks. Dancing to one favorite song in the kitchen while dinner simmers. Greg Righei's research at the University of Bath shows breaking walks into 10-minute bouts equals continuous exercise for cardiovascular gains. BDNF surges and mood lifts pair with an audiobook for double reward. The story pulls you through the first awkward minutes. The body adapts eagerly. Mitochondria multiply in every cell. The energy factories powering joy and endurance. Inflammation drops 30% in consistent movers. Vagal tone strengthens, breaking fight or flight into calm curiosity. Sleep hygiene compounds its magic silently. Night after tender night, dim lights 90 minutes before bed to preserve the melatonin surge. Morning sunlight within 30 minutes of waking. Retinal ganglion cells signaling the suprachiasmatic nucleus to reset circadian biology. No screens post 8 p.m. Their blue light suppresses melatonin 23%. Andrew Huberman's protocols at Stanford yield deeper, slow-wave sleep, 20% longer, richer REM for emotional processing, sustained energy without crashes. 1 week transforms foggy mornings into clear ones. Add a wind-down anchor. 3 gratitudes whispered into pillow. Body scan from toes to crown. The nervous system learns safety. Parasympathetic rest and digest, flowing like a slow river. Social habits weave the warmest threads. Weekly coffee with one friend. No agenda beyond presence. Text 1 appreciative note daily. Your advice yesterday landed perfectly. Larry Dossey's longitudinal data shows 5 weekly meaningful contacts predict happiness better than income doubles. The Harvard grant Study's 85-year verdict. Replace I statements with we in conversation. Empathy doubles, connection deepens. 1 micro habit. Smile at 3 strangers daily. Mirror neurons fire. Oxytocin rises. The world's texture softens. Mindfulness miniaturizes into breath anchors. 1 minute after every bathroom break. Notice inhales coolness, exhales warmth. Sam Harris's 10% happier method. 10 breaths daily notices wandering without judgment. fMRI shows prefrontal amygdala connectivity strengthens in just 40 total hours. Equanimity growing like roots beneath soil. Apps like Headspace gamify it, but paper works. Check 1 box daily. Kindness habits amplify through reciprocity's hidden mathematics. 1 daily microact. Hold a door 10 seconds longer. Let a car merge without signal wars. Compliment sincerely. That color suits you perfectly. Elizabeth Dunn's randomized trials show 5 concentrated weekly acts spike joy more than scattered ones. The helper's high lasts 24 hours. Serotonin steadying mood. Track in a kindness jar. Slip notes of each act. Read quarterly for compounded warmth. Nature dosing requires 5 minutes daily outside, whatever the weather. UC Berkeley's A protocol. Gaze upward at a tree's canopy. Reduces pro-inflammatory cytokines 15%. Heart rate variability blooming. Houseplants count. Even a windowsill basil pot draws light inward. Rotate views. Park bench Monday. River edge Thursday. Diet shifts via plate math. No willpower required. Half vegetables first. Michael Greger's How Not to Die protocol beans before carbs stabilizes blood sugar 30% better, preventing mood crashes. Hydration cue, water bottle by bed. First sip on waking sip aligns with ancient dew-gathering instincts. Track minimally to savor streaks. Habit stacking apps or wall calendars mark chains. Don't break the chain. Jerry Seinfeld's golden rule for daily writing. Social accountability triples adherence. Text a friend your micro-commitment weekly. Plateaus arrive as adaptation dulls rotate habits quarterly. audit energy, which lift mood most, double down, which drain, scale gently back. Longitudinal data reassures across decades. The nun studies cheerful diaries, predicted 10 extra years. Alzheimer-free brains at autopsy. Framingham Heart Study. Optimists outlive pessimists 15%. Hearts resilient. Small linguistic habits replace, but with and in self-talk, rewire explanatory style, lifting baselines 20%. Your set point drifts upward through this quiet persistence. Genetics anchors 50%. Circumstances nudge 10%. Intentional activity claims 40%. Build systems over goals. Goals motivate fleetingly. Systems deliver enduringly. Tomorrow, carry 3. Gratitude sip after coffee's first warmth. 5-minute walk post-lunch, breathing fresh air. Breath anchor before bed's edge. Invisible now, transformative in 90 days. Wendy Wood's research. 43% of daily actions run habitual. 0 willpower needed. You hold this power already in breaths rise and fall. No guru, no expense, no distant starting line, just the small, faithful choice to tend your inner garden, one soft petal, one steady root at a time. The body remembers without fail. The brain rewires in silence. Joy accumulates, certain as dawn. Begin where you breathe. Right now, one gentle habit forming even as these words fade. And now we have come to the end. Not a sudden end, but the kind that arrives softly, like the last light fading from a wide summer sky, or the way a river meets the sea without drama or announcement. We have walked together through so many rooms tonight, through the ancient gardens where philosophers first asked their quiet questions about joy, through the glowing corridors of brain scans and chemical messengers, through the warm gatherings of gratitude and kindness and connection, through the steady habits that build a life worth waking to, and through all the many faces happiness wears around our turning world. You may remember some of it. You may remember none of it at all. And both are perfect. tasks for tomorrow. It was meant to be a gentle current carrying you here, to this last soft moment before sleep takes you completely. Feel your body now. Notice, if it feels good to notice, how heavy it has become, how the shoulders have softened completely, the hands resting without any trace of tension, the legs sinking deeper into whatever holds them, your breath moving on its own in and out, steady as waves on some distant and familiar shore. This is the place where all the science leads, not to more striving or more knowing, but to this, to simple animal rest. Everything we explored tonight, the brain's patient chemistry, the body's faithful repair, the small repeated acts of care, they all serve this moment. They make more moments like it possible. Days when the ordinary feels a little brighter, hours when connection comes a little easier, nights when sleep arrives like an old friend, right on time. There is a great peace in knowing you are part of something much larger, part of a story that began long before you were born, written in neurons and breath and quiet human longing. Every person who has ever lain in the dark wondering how to live a good life is with you now. Every scientist who measured and mapped and cared enough to ask, every voice from every culture whispering the same gentle truths in 1,000 different tongues. You do not need to carry any of it. You do not need to do anything more. The facts we shared will settle into you like dew on grass, present but weightless, ready to rise again when the world calls for them in their own time, in their own soft way. Perhaps tomorrow you will notice something small, the taste of morning light on your tea, the way a friend's voice lands differently, the particular pleasure of moving through air that feels clean and new. Or perhaps you will notice nothing at all and simply live it. Either way, it will be there. The quiet machinery we tended together will keep working long after these words fade. The world outside is dark now, or growing darker. Stars turning slow wheels above the rooftops. Wind moving through unseen trees. Water finding its way to the sea as it always has. Your body knows this rhythm. It has known it since the beginning, longer than language, longer than thought. Let your eyes grow heavy if they are not already. Let the voice of these words become something like the sound of rain, or a distant river, or the soft hum of everything being held exactly as it should be. You have done beautifully tonight, simply by being here, simply by breathing, simply by letting yourself be carried. There is nothing left to do, nowhere left to go. Sleep now if it is calling, or simply rest perfectly still in this perfect place. The science of happiness is complete. Your happiness is already here.